Okay. Oh. That's a bit loud. Okay. That should be better. I should be live and everything now. Let me adjust the volume a bit more. Okay. Yeah. Alright, let me switch on over. Hi there, Tara and Andre. Welcome. Actually, you know what? Damn it, my glasses just keep fogging up. I just got out of the shower again. Okay. Should be fine now. Here's what we'll do actually. Let me change category. We'll do Snowbreak first. Oh, damn it. Yeah, I want to get Snowbreak out of the way first. We'll do that first. And then we'll do the ToF stuff after, because there's more stuff to do there. Okay. Let's get everything here done first. Gotta claim everything. Oh, I don't even need to touch this thing anymore. I already got all the things there. Okay. Those other events don't open yet anyways. We got that. Alright, we got one of these. Now I'll just put... Yeah, I'll put that here and then these two spots. Get that block. Alright, we can just shove this anywhere. You put that there. And then we do that. Followed by this. And that block. Done. Okay, let's see. Where is she?
Well, if it isn't the adjutant.
Give me her thing there. Okay. That's another thing out of the way. Yeah, personal file. We need to get these done. Okay, we got that done. Let's see. Yeah, that doesn't open up yet, but we got defense line 0. So we need to get these done. Let's put in Wait, where is the Cirrus? Surely we can get people to do this. Alright, surely there'll be people matching, right? Maybe. Come on. Only 1% of my friends list online. Damn, game dead. Game not alive. Alright, game not alive. Come on. Need to get this done. Are they just doing the other one? I guess so. Now we just wait. Right now we gotta wait. Wait. Let me drink some water. Alright, come on. What cubes? What? Whatever. No, we just wait for it.
With my swimsuit and jetboard, it feels even cooler. I've got this.
Oh, it's a different map now. This one.
What's the plan? Point me where? I've got this.
We gotta go grab everything.
What's the plan? Point me where?
Alright, let's see. Honestly, the older series is better for this than this one. Just gotta grab everything. I guess it depends on the map, really.
More hits! You guys are glide!
Let's keep going.
Plenty of ammo! You guys are
Yeah, no,
glide!
she's like not grabbing them. Yeah, I can't really hit those things.
You guys are glide!
We just keep going.
I'll clear us a path!
We'll get in the turret. Damn, not enough to kill Pie. Oh, still cleared. A clear is a clear.
What is that? Huh?
At least a clear is a clear. Okay, we got beer. Still haven't hit that much damage on the defense line 0 hard. And there's a couple of other things here. Though I'm pretty sure I'll just max it off. I just do it as like a different moat roll. Good, there's no one matching. Isn't that wonderful? No one matching. Because, yeah, I'll need that for Gigalink. Oh, what else is here? Oh, I forgot to grab these.
なるほど。こういうのがお好みなんだね。
Wait. Cool, I got stuff in there. Which one was it? Oh yeah, these. Gotta grab all of these. Gotta grab those. Okay, I have a 10 pull here. Let's see what I get. Okay. Cool. I guess I can destroy that one, right? Oh, I guess I was at the counter there. I didn't even notice. Or whatever, what? Was I at the counter? Or was that early? No, that was just early. Okay. Interesting. That was just early. Stardust Memory is what? Wild Hunt's weapon? Oh, it's already tier 2. So I can just get rid of that. Cool. So now I can just get... I can now get 2 weapons upgraded. From the... which shop was it? Yeah, this one. I can get 2 weapons now, and I still don't have these 3. Somehow. But I don't know what I want to get that I don't have that weapon. I don't know what I'll upgrade. But I have it there. And free is free after all. Oh yeah, there's this thing. We'll just do one match of this, exit immediately, and I'll switch to ToF. We'll do that. Cool. Oh, wait. Gotta claim the mission there. And got another level there. Alright, I'm pretty sure we hit enough time for the quota. pretty sure. Yep, we got enough time for the quota. Good. Good, good, good. Alright, let's go back to ToF now. There we go. Alright, let's get ToF booted up. We'll get our ToF stuff done. Alright. Hi, Flagger. Welcome, welcome.
The deep space is right
Let's
ahead.
get logged in. Let me get my Alta logged in as well. Alright. And I still have to like do all my stuff on the thing later. Damn. I have to like go get a bunch of stuff done on the warp server. Because I haven't done it yet in the week. So that'll be pain. Oh yeah, they had like the thingy, they gave us a selector for character and matrices. Which is neat, I guess. Though I don't know what I'll use it on. I'll probably just save it like and turn it into thing. Into gold nucleus though. This one though, I don't know what I'll use it on. Right, that one is just like, I don't know. Right, either 160 or you can get 4, what's it called? 4 matrices for Yanoa. Or Brave for people using Brave. Either or. Right, it's like either or for that one. Okay, let's see. What's my dailies? Okay. Should be quick and easy. Alright, let's get them done. Okay. I'm gonna quickly do dailies first, and we'll do join ops, raid, and final trial. All of which I can technically solo. I don't actually have to recruit people to do it. They are easy enough for me to just do alone. Yeah, I should have posted that from like yesterday's stream as a video. I'll do that later. There we go. Wait 1 sec. And is my health on its dailies? Wait, somehow it didn't hit those? Okay, you didn't get all the advanced combat mechas somehow. No, it did. Alright, cool. Got all the main dailies done. Join op time. Alright, let's get join ops done. I'll get the join ops done and then we'll do raid and final trial. Oh shit, I forgot to like change my ult back into like a different setup. Alright, easy enough. We'll do one more and then I'll get people in for raid and final trial. If not, I can just solo it. Right, if not, I can just solo it. Let's warp on in. Easy. Right, now we just need to get raid and thing done. Let's see if we can get people for it. If not, I'll just solo it. Because I can do that. It's not hard. We just need to wait for people. Like, if it doesn't fill, I can just solo it. Right, just need 3 more. And we're full. 3 more people. But everything's just dead right now. Or not. You know, they left. I'll just go. Alright, let's see. Alright, if they don't come now, I'll just solo it. Alright. They can just do whatever. I can solo it, no problem. The other guy was just like, oh, do I need anything? I'm like, nah, it's fine. I'll just solo it. It's only annoying that this week we have a freaking Iron Tomb as the first boss because you just instant aggro it. And it can kill you while it's just loading. That's the annoying thing about the final trial this entire week. The fact that Iron Tomb is first. Then we got Frigg. Come on. The slow-mo sucks from Burble. There you go. Easy. Easy. Mm-hmm. The guy's like, should I switch it? Like, nah, it's fine. I can do it all. Do it all. And that's that. Yeah, shouldn't people have Yamio from Scratch Card? Yeah, they should. Right, I just did the entire clear on my own. No need for the group. Right, it was that easy. Mm-hmm. Let me just double check to make sure I don't need anything else. Alright, we're done with all that stuff. So we should be good on that end. Don't think there's anything else I need there. We can go on to Warp Server now. I gotta get stuff on Warp Server done, so I'll go on there. I gotta get a lot of stuff on Warp Server done. So, time for that. We got a lot of stuff to get done. Okay. What do I want to get done first? Oh wait, I know. What is the current level cap? Oh, I guess then that means tomorrow is gonna be 7 day. Okay. I'm really trying hard not to like push my level just so I can maybe get a mentor or something. Alright, let's see. Alright, let's just go with 8, 7. I win that one. There we go. Okay, let's see. So I have that one. Cool, I got the cap there again. I now have the cap there. Okay. Wait, were there any like other shops or anything here? Okay. Nope. Which one was it that like... I think one of these guys can like sell you the what's it called? The thing for the VIP area or whatever, right? Or not? Alright, let me get the thing here. Let's go craft it. Crit injured instant dash. Not the greatest, but I can't even equip it until level 72. There we go. We somehow have a Titan Spolder. Somehow. Just kidding, I got it from playing cards with myself. Raising Kylo. But yeah, we got it from the dance, or not dancing. I need... yeah, I need... But yeah, somehow we got in here. And there's like all this shit here. There's Go to Planet Noah there. How do you even like exit to get to regular Kylo from here? I need anchors. I don't know about 1-star cosmetics though. At least be 3-star. Okay, let's see. I need purple boxes for that thing. Okay. Yeah, I just need FTC. I already got FTN done. Alright, let's go get the dailies done at least. I just need FTC, no FTN. Because I got final trial done earlier in the week off stream. But I did not get challenge done. Oof, I didn't know what time they did carries, man. Would have been nice to know if they were doing carries. Need people help before reset, yeah. Here we go. Damn it, game 2 alive. Nothing here is... no mobs for me to kill. I gotta wait. Game 2 alive. But yeah. I haven't done any yet. I still need to do anchors. I gotta get everything done. Alright, what's the other dailies I need to get done? Mechs, armor guards. Okay. That's easy. Let's get those done. What else do we need to get done? Damn it, I still need a bit more and then I can get that piece of junk. Oh well. Yeah, if I ever continue the story here, I can at least get the other exploration things there done. And slowly get the stuff there, I guess. Wait, and there's like the main 9 stuff. FTC after? I need FTC. I mean, if you do FTC after, I'll... that'll be nice. Alright. Yeah, they have the bike, but like... it took them too long. Doesn't even matter though. Didn't they also have their glorified glider with their flying? And then they lose it to go on the bike. Oh well, it is what it is. I mean, that's whatever. It's like, it doesn't have momentum physics and stuff. It just moves at a fixed top speed. No momentum physics or anything on it. So it's just a glorified mount. Why am I top DPS? Oh, I died. Let me just wait. We just wait now. Come on, put me in. There we go. Damn. Look, I just instant died. Wait, the frig just reset? The fuck? Okay then. Yeah, we're just wasting a bunch of shit on frag, man. How much time have we wasted on frag? Yeah, this is not gonna clear. Especially when, like, the frig randomly reset itself. Yep, this is a rep. And there's like Merble after. God damn. Okay, let's see. Do I got the thing there done? Yep, that one's done. The rest even frigger tankable? Okay. Alright, let's see. There's the other one here. One of these days I'll do all the exploration here. A warp server maybe. But I don't really feel like opening everything. At least not yet. Alright, let's just go upgrade that tower for a statue. Mm-hmm. That's another statue upgraded. Gotta go upgrade all of them. Alright, gotta upgrade all of the statues. Let's get loaded on in. Oh, there goes my Zeke skill. Rip my Zeke skill. Wait, how the hell do they have insanely high ping? I only have 30. And I died. Right, come on. And I died again. Hopefully Frig doesn't reset again. Hopefully. Okay, I just realized I forgot to buy the things from the shop in the thing. Oh, whatever, I'll do it after. Right, I can't believe I just realized I forgot to buy the supercomputing mats from the freaking shop. Is this even gonna make it to the clear? I don't think so, because like even if we get rid of Lucia, we still thing. We still got Marble and Wait, is this like is a minute even enough for Marble and Sobcat? Is it even enough? No, it's not enough. Rip. Rip, rip, rip. Is it just 2 more towers I need there? Or statues? Or wait, no, there's the other one in the other map. So 3 more. Okay. Yeah, I have no idea how many times I died. I just kept dying. Imagine not dying. Right, imagine not dying. I don't know if second healer helped. But I think pulling the boss out of the, the starting area, the spawn spot, helped a little bit. But that's it. Beyond that, not so sure about that. Okay. Damn it, I was gonna level up that statue. Whatever. Well, at least that's another statue done. I'm gonna slowly get all those statues up. Mm-hmm. Okay, at some point I still need to get this done. FC Evo. For those things. Alright. Let's get on in. Alright, let's get loaded on in. Surely this time we can clear it. Surely. What the hell, I parried like 2 things. Wait, why am I top DPS again? Oh well, I died. Oh no, they gotta deal with Frag. Bruh. It reset! God damn. Bruh. Bruh. Yeah, this is like a restart, man. It reset again? Why are we even bothering to keep fighting this thing? We wasted too much time. Like a bra. Oh, I don't have enough. Oh wait, no, I did max it. Never mind. This one. I don't have enough to just upgrade another one though. Wait, is that the last one I need for the thing? Wait, no, I'm missing a statue. That one, I'm missing that one. I should go get it. Unlocked. Oh, let me grab the thing here. Yeah, so there's two more statues here I need to fully upgrade. And now I have to go through the pain of looking for anchor shit. The anchor shifts. I need to get that done. That's gonna be pain. I need to do anchors now. Wait, what? The thing was teleporting me when the thing popped. Let's get teleported in, unloaded. Use a skill here. And I died. God damn it. Bruh. What killed me there? And no shatter, and then everyone's dead. Yeah, we're all just dying. Frig. Frig is pain, man. I should have manga protagonist. Welcome to suffering. How many times have I died in this run? Or rather, how many times have we died today? How many times? Alright. And of course I die. Of course. Alright, now we'll have to see challenge now, right? We were going to do a challenge, right? Surely. Alright, let's get loaded in. Can't even jump. They freaking farmed out the rubber chicken. Oh, they just took their sweet time to load in. What? You got this. He's like, what, reset? Okay. Wait, what do I do? What do I even set? We'll see. I don't even know what's on the leaderboard. Alright, let me just check quickly. Here, I'll pass you. Yeah, we'll let Leo set it. Well, Leo Lemon has it. Okay. So now what? We got Wandering now, okay. Wandering can set it. Cool. Now we can get it, right? We'll have Wandering set it. Yeah, Kumake. I guess you're late to say that one, but yeah, Happy New Year to you. It's already the 5th though, but yeah, Happy New Year to you. We're just waiting to do final trial challenge. And I still have to do all my anchor shift. I still gotta do my anchors. Okay. So have I. I've been sick too. It sucks. Yeah. It sucks, man. And I've been coughing a lot still. Yeah, it sucks. Oh well. Yep, unfortunately it's the season. And then after we get these done, I'm gonna have to like do anchor shifts. I'm gonna have to like go all over the place doing whatever anchors I can get. Because I haven't like touched a single anchor shift yet this week. And we have 3 hours to do them. Along with the FTC. Wait, why is a song looking away from everything? What the hell? So, how does this work? Okay. I guess that's how it goes. And I died. Bruh. I literally just spawned in and I'm dead. can't even finish my attack animation. And I'm dead again. Right, just keep throwing more bodies at it. Eventually it'll work, maybe. Right, come on. Okay, at least Lindsay is almost at 2 health bars. So that's progress. Bruh. I'm getting one shot as soon as they like respawn. At least they didn't reset. God, we just keep dying. We just spotted just to die. Bruh. Why are we even here? Just to suffer? Bruh, Lucia reset. Lucia fucking reset. Oh wait, is it because she died? Because like, German Gone is back there too. Oh, it's not the greatest thing ever, but it's better than nothing. That was bad. That one was bad. Oh! At least we'll get something out of it. That's better than nothing. Right, at least it's something. It's not great, but it's better than nothing. Alright, I need my anchors. It's more so like, I didn't have any time to do it any other day. I need to finish everything. But like, yeah, I gotta do my anchor shifts and everything now. I see. Where's the last one? Oh, over there. Okay. Time to go looking at the thing. Mm-hmm. Why is it level 69? Just because the other guys are level 69? Okay. What do you mean we entering space now? I am too busy getting my anchor shifts done, man. Where the fuck? I'm gonna be careful. I'm gonna exit this area. Okay. Because the thing can be finicky if they glitch out. Oh, it's Relic, who gives a shit? Oh. Yeah, I mean, it's -7 outside right now. -7. Yeah, it's definitely been a wild one. Really looking for the other ones. What's he doing? Is he looking? Because we found the thing. Well, I found one over here, up here. Right, we found the thing up here. But yeah, this is gonna be like a slow part now. Just going through getting these anchor shifts done. They got their notifications off, rep. And then now Hikari is offline. You know, let me just warp to wherever he is. I saved the coordinates of the thing. Did he just AFK or something? What he's up to now? You know, here's what we'll do. We'll do some reacts, I guess, while we wait for something here to happen. Because, like, nothing is happening. You can put ToF there. Okay. 1-star module it is. I'll put the React stuff on. At the same time. We might as well get some of these done. Cause like, otherwise I'm never gonna get it finished. Oh cool, so someone found prototype 4. Stop idolizing streamers, what is this?
Yup, it's Aiden. Today, I want to talk about why you should stop idolizing streamers.
Okay.
For me, streaming has been an amazing way to connect with people while sharing your personality to a large audience, which seems really cool on paper, but can lead to a lot of issues. That is why I wanted to speak on how I perceive the streaming world. I'm probably as small as a streamer can get. Right now, I'm currently sitting on 200 followers on Twitch. I can't remember when I started streaming, but I know I've been doing it on and off throughout high school. I've always enjoyed streaming. The idea of your friends watching you play a competitive game while you showcase your skills in front of a real-time feed is surreal. Most people wouldn't think it's that deep, but to me, technology and entertainment has came a long way. Everything is constantly evolving,
It's come, not
making room
came.
for new entertainers, games, and communities.
But okay.
However, the streaming industry is filled with a lot of negatives. From people promoting sexual content to children, view-botting, and performative streamers, there is a lot
there's all of
that is
those
wrong
things
with the state
going
of
on,
Twitch
yep.
and streaming in general. To me, I think streaming should be fun for everyone, no matter who you are or what you do. Everyone should be able to express themselves freely. However, I find it almost unbearable to watch some of the top streamers like Hasanabi, Kaisanat, the new Face Clan, and many more. I find that Twitch promotes and leans more towards degeneracy, people clip farming and posting brain-dead TikToks, shorts, and reels
I mean,
to
that
fry
is
the
the
attention
meta.
spans of children, instead of providing actual value to their audience.
Unfortunately.
And worst of all, it's mostly teenagers watching their content. Teenagers' brains are innocent. They can be manipulated and influenced very easily if done correctly. The higher-ups of streaming right now are undoubtedly providing little to no value to people's lives. And then it's people saying shit like, oh, but they're entertaining. They make my life better. They make me laugh. Fair point, but where does watching streamers all day get you? Especially if it's massive streamers who care little to none about their audience and would rather clip farm all day so they can make money off of acting like a degenerate online. The idea of donating hundreds of dollars to a big streamer like Kaisanat just so we can read your name on stream is ridiculous. These people don't know who you are and will never know you. This is where the term parasocial comes from. If you don't know what parasocial means, it's basically when someone becomes emotionally attached to a streamer or celebrity who doesn't actually know them personally. Obsessive fans have always been around, but they're usually associated with big celebrities and rappers. Parasocial fans who latch onto streamers operate in a completely different way. To sit in someone's chat spamming emotes saying KEKW and Monka S all day is incredibly brain dead. Don't get me wrong, I've used some terminology before, but I don't unironically spam weird champ and peepo sad in people's chats. I think majority of Twitch feels very vacuous, and a lot of streamers you will come across have massive egos, but are very performative and mendacious. This isn't the case for all streamers, as there's also a loud majority who are positive, have strong morals and principles. However, in a space like Twitch, the entertainment industry favors the selfless, prideful, and greedy. That is why I honestly don't stream that often. If I cared about the money and clout, I would stream and cue my main while screaming at my monitor all day like an NPC. I also think it's why a lot of streamers show a lack of appreciation, not just with streaming, but in life. They usually forget where they came from, and that is why I think most streamers do come off as if they have a false sense of self. Lack of appreciation when they make so much money from their community, it comes off disingenuous and fake. That is why I refuse to wear a mask and pretend to be someone I'm not when I stream. I would never sell my soul, I would never promote products that don't benefit my audience, and I would never try to appeal to everyone because that is literally impossible. I will forever own who I am and never change.
I played it once, but
the reason why I care so deeply about this topic is because I find that a lot of people aren't actually
oh
making
yeah, it
the
was
most
funny
out
that
of
one
what it
time
means
when I
stream.
did try to
Not that
play it. So like it was after like early last year we had a sponsored stream. I had a sponsored stream with other people. And like after the sponsored spot ended or whatever, we moved on to the next thing. We were just doing other shit and we ended up downloading Marvel Rivals for the lols. This was like early last year. Right, this was the thing. And this thing was funny because like I was in a call with like a bunch of other people. We kept crashing like every 2 seconds. Like, my machine and, like, the stream kept crashing and restarting during that. And it wasn't just mine, it was, like, the other people, too. We were, like, all in a Discord call and shit. It was something. Right, it was, like, after we did, like, a thing because of the... It was when the ToF publisher change thing happened. We did stuff around there, and then we somehow ended up there, too. No, that's Relic, who cares? Yeah, fair enough. It's a funny game slop kind of way. You can see Matt is turning into a goober again. The fuck? But I guess, yeah. Damn, so many garbage Relic ones. I mean, I'm not surprised that stuff sells. Right, it sells. So yeah, why not?
Wish to control how others stream, but to enlighten
Oh
those
yeah, I
and
forgot
how
we
they can
paused
provide
the
more
video.
value to those who are active in their community, who genuinely
Alright.
think your content is valuable and support your streams. Me personally, I would feel awful if someone gifted me 50
Okay.
subs. It's a large sum of money spent on someone you don't even know. That concept to me is very generous, but I wish for the person to either invest it or put it towards a greater cause. But in the rare case that I am the greater cause, according to this person, I would gladly accept it with honor. It's also why I don't recommend people to sub to my channel, as I don't think I stream that often. I've always preached this and I will
Fair
preach it
enough.
again. Watch people who are
Okay.
valuable to you. Watch people who you can learn from. People who acknowledge your existence. People who empower you to be better. Any streamer with traits like these, hands down, makes streaming a better place for everyone. Now, what you think is valuable and what is not is up to you. Yes, that is subjective. The general rule of thumb is someone who has a good mentality, interacts with chat, is humble, promotes and creates valuable content and information, is someone you should consider giving their support. However, I've seen and heard the craziest things while being in this industry, from shit talking behind people's backs to screenshots loaded with
Yep.
drama and beef. There's too many things I wish I would have not seen. But I'm also grateful for waking
No,
up
you gotta
and seeing
take
the
all
true
that
colors
beef,
of
toss it
people
in the
within
meat
this
grinder.
community. If anyone knows me personally, you know
And then
how
you can
much
go
it
make
pisses
some
me off when
burgers or
people are
whatever.
treated wrong and no one sticks up for that
I
person.
don't know.
There has been countless times where I've seen someone get picked on, or there was a narrative being drawn out about how one person was bad and did certain actions. But when I heard the narrative, it sounded almost exactly like something I've done in the past. It reminded me of the panel where there's an attractive guy flirting with a woman at the office. The woman reciprocates, flirting back. However, there was a less attractive looking man complimenting the woman, and in response, she feels offended at the sight of the man. This is what we call a hypocrisy. It's when a person claims one thing, but their actions speak otherwise. An example of this would be if a guy claimed that he loved a woman, but spoke poorly
I don't know,
about
what
them
do
when
you
on a
think?
team with one and they were losing the match. There are many
To be honest, I don't know. I like to think so, baby. But a lot of the time, it's just me turning it on while I do stuff. Like, if we're gonna be honest. They do be that way. Oh, did they get to another anchor shift?
Many forms of hypocrisy. However, in this case, I am
Yeah.
talking about the behavior of people within the community of Marvel rivals.
Oh, he's
People
talking
you
about
may
Marvel
think are morally
rivals.
righteous or have high standards and goals are really losers with nothing going for them in life. People like this are everywhere statistically, but in
The
the rivals
first half, you
community,
mean the
they
first
take
few
up a loud
days?
majority.
The first
The one
like 2
thing I can
days.
respect from anyone is if you own who you are. If you critique, but
Fair
you're
enough.
also aware of your own flaws, not only does that show character, but it shows you have a spatial awareness and emotional intelligence. And in this current generation of humans, not a lot of people have that power. That is, until you drop your ego and recognize your worth and value to people in your circle. Most of you, if not all of you, don't even realize you have snakes inside of your own circle. I don't say this to make you paranoid and schizo. I'm saying this to the people who have never done any sort of
snakes?
self-reflection in their
Okay, I
lives.
thought we
It is
called them
usually
rats.
the people that feel untouchable, who act with such boldness to the point they feel the need to power trip just to paint a narrative about certain people so they themselves feel better and avoid any and all accountability. I'm sure everyone is familiar with the term canceled. It is when someone's pedestal is swept up right under them after they made a terrible mistake. The pedestal being the fan base the creator has garnered. The reason these streamers are so big is because of the fan bases they have. If you've watched any massive content creator,
Yeah.
you can easily tell what their fan base is like based off of the content they are creating. Some fan bases, well behaved, others, cringe and corny. It really depends on the creator and what content they are providing. Nonetheless, if you are a moderate viewer of Twitch streamers, I promise this is not a call out on you. This is simply a reminder of the negatives when it comes to streaming as a whole. If you enjoy watching XQC speak enchantment table while he's perched like a hawk in his
Speak
chair, by all
enchantment
means,
table.
enjoy yourself. At
Damn.
the end of the day, who am I to
He's
judge
speaking
when I
enchantment
myself
table.
walk an imperfect path? Thank you to all the recent support I've garnered recently. You guys have been amazing, and I will forever appreciate all the people who have my back. And I will continue to support the authenticity and creativity in creators who aren't afraid to speak on certain topics. And I can't wait to see what 2026 brings to Rivals. I hope you
Okay.
guys enjoyed this video. I will be uploading more videos like this as well as streaming more frequently. I love you guys. Thank you.
I'll set it to follow. We'll go do the next react. We'll go through the list of stuff. Alright, let's see. What is this? What is this? We need to talk about this. And then there's like the AI stuff.
Hey, what's Spencer here? So it'll never cease to amaze me the lengths people will go to get an own on their opponents online, to the point where they'll be blatant hypocrites or even support completely abhorrent things. And that's exactly what we're going to see in today's video. So people like Hassan Piker, among others, are going the extra distance to try to either ignore or even seemingly encourage billions of dollars of tax fraud that also, by the way, is supporting terrorist organizations just to get an ideological own on their opponents. It is absolutely shameless. In fact, we're going to see people like Hassan not just post themselves, but also share other posts that are insinuating very strongly that people who are trying to expose billions in tax fraud are child predators for doing so. Yeah, I guess calling people racist isn't working anymore, so they're upping the level to the next level of slander. Now,
Yeah, I guess it is. 2026 and the same losers.
If you hate terrorism, or if you hate Hassan Piker, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe on this video to help push it in the algorithm. Now let's get into the content for today. So, Hassan Piker has been taking a victory lap over the past couple of days, celebrating the now official win for Zohran Mamdani as the mayor of New York City. As of the 1st, he is now the mayor of New York City, a self-proclaimed socialist who once collaborated with Hassan, who is now celebrating his victory as something that he helped achieve. Now, of course, he ignores the fact that he was publicly disavowed by Zohran not that long ago for his takes about 9/11, where Hassan, of course, said that America deserved 9/11, and the attacks occurred in New York City, the place where Zohran is now the mayor. Of course he's going to disavow him.
Yeah.
But the inauguration of Mamdani was very interesting, okay? While swearing into a Quran in front of a very progressive audience, there was some friction. On the one side, some of his supporters were very upset that there wasn't free food and bathrooms available to them. But they also ignored the fact that the socialist and his wife was wearing a $630 pair of boots, and Hassan was quick to defend his, well, sort of ally, saying socialism means no drip, responding to this headline pointing this out. Now, of course, Hassan is doing what a lot of people do, and that is intentionally missing the very obvious point of what's being made here, where they're saying the socialist who wants you to suffer, but don't want to suffer themselves, are wearing nearly $1,000 pairs of shoes while claiming they're socialists. And Hassan, of course, with his $3 million home, is very aware that he is just as much of a hypocrite, if not worse, than these people, and it's so blatantly obvious that he's missing the point intentionally. In fact, if we read his words, socialism means no drip. Yeah, we get it, dude. We know. Trust me, we know. Socialism means no drip. You can give this guy $100 billion.
Bruh.
He will still dress like an absolute
That is
pretentious idiot.
crazy.
But anyways, his orbiters were quick to support him in this entire endeavor. Mike from PA saying, she's so iconic that we are going to get a lot of stories like this. Remember, if you want to see what iconic looks like, this is Mike from PA, one of the biggest Hassan orbiters who has threatened his critics many times, even putting bounties on their heads. This is him. This is Mike from PA.
That's fine. I think that's fine. So the guy pays for my cab.
I'm getting your attention.
Professional woman scarer Mike from PA. Thank you for your contribution, sir. Now, of course, let's move on to the other subject for today, where Hassan is reposting stuff like this, implying independent journalists or anyone like them who are trying to expose billions of dollars of tax fraud in the state of Minnesota are child predators for doing so. Yeah, we'll get into this actual post here in just a second, but
Goddamn,
for context, ladies and
of
gentlemen,
course.
these two people are trying to slander the independent journalist Nick Shirley, who's 23 years old. He was completely blown up. He had like 200,000 followers a week ago. He's now over 1.1 million thanks to his expose on tax fraud going on in Minnesota. Now, we're not a super political channel here, but I think what we're covering here, and I talked about this a couple days ago, just shocks the conscious, right? Like, you see the stuff going on here. Somewhere of $9+ billion of tax fraud in Minnesota among the Somali population there, where they're primarily using daycare centers to collect millions of dollars per center without actually performing any services, and it's like blatantly obvious that they're scamming the US taxpayers. In fact, a lot of the money is going towards Al-Shabaab, a terrorist organization back in Somalia. In fact, the amount of fraud being committed by this population is almost equal to the GDP of Somalia as a whole. And Nick Shirley released this documentary onto X about a week ago.
That's crazy.
135 million views. Nearly 1 million likes. It was reposted by many influential people. It's completely blown up. And here's some of the images, just to give you the absolute ridiculous nature of what we're talking about. This is one of these centers that is getting millions of dollars from taxpayers each year. Okay, these are the places that Hassan is trying to defend. This is an educational center titled Quality Leering Center.
It's a quality leering center. It's not a learning center. It's a leering center. Bruh. It's a quality leering center.
They misspelled learning in their own sign.
No, it's not a learning center. It's a leering center. That's why.
This is supposed to be an educational center that is receiving millions.
No, it's not. That's why it's not. That's how you can tell. They can't even be bothered to spell learning correctly.
Dollars of taxpayer dollars. In fact, other centers, they carry your child. Yeah, we carry your child.
They carry your child.
What are we doing, ladies and gentlemen? Again, I don't care if you're from the United States or anywhere else. This is ridiculous. It's blatant, it's shameless, but of course, people like Hassan, they're defending it. Saying, I don't know what kind of fraud Somalis and daycares are doing, but I think it's a separate crime to try to storm with a camera into a daycare with kids in it. And of course, Nick Shirley would ratio him, and this is just ridiculous because they didn't storm into anywhere. They went in with a pair of glasses with recording features on it.
I see.
And you can't really storm a daycare with kids in it when there's no kids in it. That's like the entire point, right? Now, of course, this guy, Hassan, who's always trying to make these puff pieces with places like Variety, saying if something's wrong, I'm going to call it out, he has turned a complete blind eye. In fact, I think he's defending this tax fraud because it serves his own agenda, and he has made it very clear since my last video that he does not support fraud, and he points out this situation involving Rick Scott. Now, what was Hassan's solution to that situation? Oh, he told his audience to kill him. He was banned for 1 day on Twitch for doing that live on their platform, but that was his solution. You know, the very respected reporter Hassan Piker. Now, people like Nick Shirley are doing the right thing, but the mainstream media doesn't really like that. In fact, they're painting him as a quote-unquote independent journalist, end quote, and saying he makes prank videos, or used to make prank videos. So they're trying to basically... They're trying to disenfranchise him. They're trying to make him less credible. They're trying to make him look like he's just some random kid, a prank channel going out there, but he's exposing, through his documentary, from his own accord, $100+ million of fraud from the daycare centers he visited that had no kids. During working hours, no one was there. The doors were locked. Very, very, very obvious that something is not right. Now, of course, the complaints on Twitter have been really highbrow. People saying they shouldn't listen to him because he's a virgin. 23,000 likes saying his opinion doesn't matter because he's a 23-year-old virgin. By the way, he's religious, and he's saving himself for marriage. I guess that's something to be ashamed of these days. I don't know. That's the state of Twitter and social media these days. But ironically enough, this sort of comment is responding to a clip in a set from an interview where he's talking about having threats on his life from many sources, including a $1 million bounty on his head for simply reporting on the situation.
Can you tell me about that? Like, are they
well-
messaging you saying we're gonna get you? What are they saying to you?
Yeah, like they're saying, oh, like, Kirk, you're gonna be Kirk.
You're gonna be Kirk. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, like you're the next, you'll be the next Kirk. And it's just like, are you kidding me? It's not even, like, I hate what's happening right now. Like, I feel bad for my family, honestly, because it's like, yeah, like, we didn't do anything wrong. And yet you guys are coming after me like I'm some sort of villain. Right? So I'm like, my little sister's getting phone calls. I'm like, why are you guys doing this?
Your little sister's getting phone calls.
Yeah, from like the news. I'm like, hey, don't talk to my family. I mean, some news in India, they doxed my home, they doxed my dad, it was really weird.
There's like bounties on here in Minnesota. Lots of messages, death threats, obviously, on social media.
Nick Shirley received death threats, and someone offered a $1
Damn.
million reward for his capture. After he exposed the alleged fraud involving billions of dollars, Minnesota became no longer safe for him.
Nothing gets people more angry than the truth. All Nick Shirley did was knock on the doors of these businesses and asked, where's proof that you're doing what you're being paid millions of dollars from taxpayers to do? Are you actually doing these things you're being paid millions of dollars
there
every
it
year
is.
to do?
Mom.
And they had no proof. They got angry, they got defensive, they locked their doors, they ran away. And we see so many people either defending this behavior, encouraging it, or now going the extra step to threaten this guy and try to smear him and discredit him, and it's absolutely pathetic. Now, a lot of people have responded in other ways, not through death threats. They've also tried to clear up their image. The Quality Leering Center has now updated their sign. They have fixed the spelling on their sign. That's amazing. All it took was a couple years to fix the spelling mistake on the sign of their educational institution. They also added a camera and several warnings that you're not allowed on their property, even though it's a piece of public property. But we also have this guy from another daycare center. This guy apparently is the manager, who is claiming that all the
Yeah, he
records
hasn't.
and documents about their childcare, they're gone.
I
They've been
mean, the
stolen.
Venezuelans were
Vandals came in
happy.
and broke into the
So there's
building.
at least
Not
there's
from
that,
the outside,
but,
but
like,
from the inside, they
you
broke
gotta help your
from
own
the
people
inside
first.
into the rooms where the records were and stole them. They didn't steal any money or anything of monetary value. They somehow got in and then broke in from the inside and stole a bunch of documents. Yeah, that makes sense.
That's
You guys
all I
believe that,
know.
right?
The
That makes a lot of sense to me.
Venezuelans are
It
happy.
makes a lot more sense too when you see this guy, and apparently he's wearing a $2,500 pair of glasses. Ladies and gentlemen, $2,500 for glasses? What are we even talking about? This is ridiculous.
It is very
Apparently
ridiculous.
there's been some complaints from the community who are trying to speak out against all stole a bunch of documents. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you guys believe that, right? That makes a lot of sense to me. It makes a lot more sense too when you see this guy, and apparently he's wearing a 25.
You know what I got for $100, man? For $100 US dollars. Let me see if I can. Did I even like save that picture? Right, like I got a pair of XR glasses for $100 on AliExpress. I've been like using them regularly if I want to watch stuff. They're great. And then like this is like $2,500. Like what?
$500 pair of glasses?
Like bro, like 2,500. What's next? Does it have like can you hook it up to make your Apple Vision Pro or something for that price?
Ladies and gentlemen, $2,500 for glasses? What are we even talking about? This is ridiculous. But yeah, apparently there's been some complaints from the community who are trying to speak out against all the bad people cracking down on the tax fraud. And, well, we see some Freudian slips. In fact, when these people and the Karens behind them try to address the issue of fraud, well, they crumble real quick.
If childcare is cut, I'm unable to work or go to school. I understand. Fraud is bad.
Yeah, here, let me pull it up. I bought these in like what? In May or is it June 2025? I got this for $100. What this is it's those glasses with like they have like a USB-C that you can hook up into a device, and you have like a giant screen in front of you. I've been using these regularly ever since I got them. Like, bruh, for like that weird guy's glasses, you can get 25 of these. Well, because I don't wear them when I'm streaming. But like, if I'm gonna like go watch something on my own time or whatever, I put these on. I wear these because like it is quite nice. These aren't the most comfortable pair considering the other models, but like I got this for $100. There are like other brands and like nicer ones there. No, why the hell would I wear them outside? I would not wear them outside. No, I only wear them at home. Most of the time I wear them, it's like I'll be like either on the living room couch or like I'll be in bed. I'll put them on and I'll probably plug them into my Steam Deck or whatever. That's usually what I do. It's nice for watching stuff. Like I usually use it when I'm like watching stuff from my NAS or whatever. Or like watching movies or whatever if I want to. Because like it is quite nice for that. And then again, I can just like lie down in bed while I wear them.
There are wait lists for these programs that are years long. There is fraud.
This is literally beyond parody. These people are trying to read these pre-scripted messages that they've been given clearly by either the community or their lawyers or what have you. And they come across the statement, fraud is bad, and they short circuit. They literally have a malfunction. Look at it, she doesn't even know what to do. And then this person back here, this Karen, comes up and does the same thing. Do you understand how shameless this is? Like, I know people who don't like me, they're gonna watch this video and they're gonna like whine about it and think I'm like some crazy, horrible person, but like, we're watching a clown show, okay? Billions of tax fraud, and these are the representatives trying to say, we're not doing that. We're outraged that anyone would accuse us of that. And they're literally covering their mouths in shock when they're instructed to say fraud is bad. Now let's move on to another person defending all this. Now I looked on TikTok. I don't have a TikTok account. I tried to find the main source here. It appears that they have either been deactivated or suspended, but this individual right here has been doing a lot to defend what's going on, the tax fraud going on in the Somali community in Minnesota, saying a bunch of things, including some statements praising the fraud and basically trying to shame them for getting caught in the first place and making everyone else have to live on edge. But there's a part that is translated in this where they call Americans at large infidels who don't wash the duty out of their backside, and that it's very ironic they're coming for them. Well, now that you brought it up, what I read here is that 28% of the Somali population openly defecates in public.
Damn.
In fact, cholera, among related diseases, is one of the biggest health concerns in the country. So that seems a bit hypocritical. Again, someone who doesn't like me will think, oh, that's so racist. It's a fact. And this lady brought it up first and tried to besmirch Americans in the defense of Somalia. Seems like a weird thing to do, very hypocritical. But the same person, the same TikToker, and I wonder why they deactivated. They said Elon Musk is someone you shouldn't have to worry about because he's about to die.
Well, I wouldn't worry too much about this one. That piece of joy. I wouldn't worry too much about him. He about it.
Now, me personally, I would not tell Elon Musk something like that. In fact, I wouldn't post that on social media. We've gotten to a point where people are way too comfortable saying the most outrageous stuff ever. Okay? Literally saying someone like Elon Musk is someone you don't have to worry about because he's about to be ended. Why would you post that on social media? The problem is, there's been so much of this, whether it's with the Charlie Kirk assassination, the assassination attempts on Donald Trump, or all the political violence we've seen, and the encouragement of political violence from people like Hassan Piker. Over and over again, people say this outrageous stuff with no punishment, or no fear of punishment. In fact, if this current administration wants to show they have a backbone, you investigate people like this immediately, because this is insane. But Elon Musk says, then it is war.
They did.
He probably should have just said, I'm contacting the authorities, but you get the point, okay? Now, in wake of everything that's happened, and the backlash from literally implying Elon Musk is going to be gotten rid of soon, this same TikToker has released a statement.
If you told me a week ago that my name and Elon Musk's name are being voiced in the same breath, I wouldn't believe you. But here I am today. Hello, if you know who I am, then you know why this video has to be made. On December 31st, 2025, my life took a tragic turn. I was badly misinterpreted and misheard on a now viral clip. In this clip, my words and what they are being translated to have been taken greatly out of context. I want to make myself clear. I never intended or even aimed to threaten the life of Elon Musk. I'm not a person that carries around hate. The media and Elon have taken my words completely out of context.
She says that, but then like, she posts that TikTok. Sure.
And it's been deeply hurtful to watch how that's turned into me being dehumanized and painted as a villain. For context, the clip going viral was taken from a longer live segment and edited in a way that removes the heart of what I was trying to say.
Hey, listen guys, it was all out of context. When she said, don't worry about Elon Musk, he's about to die. That was all out of context. They're not even trying, dude. People like this, they're not even trying. And again, why would they feel the need to even try? Because people on their side are going to believe them and support them no matter what kind of violent rhetoric they spread. But of course, there's that other angle I mentioned earlier in this video. where people like this are trying to imply that this is all a harassment campaign against children, that this is a gold rush for clout if you're conservative and decide to go harass random people's children. Now, here's the very, very basic problem with this claim. There's no children, because these facilities are empty. That's the entire point. And I think people like this, as I said earlier, they know this. They understand the premise, but they're being intentionally dishonest to make these claims. In fact, people like Hassan are saying this whole thing is very pro-Israel. Because of course. And even implying that people like Nick Shirley, an actual journalist unlike Hassan, who's exposing fraud, is only doing so to run defense for Jeffrey Epstein and his co-conspirators. You know what he's doing here, right? You know what he's implying. And if it's not clear already, he shared this post, as I showed earlier. He reposted this, where this this squid individual, who normally makes like satire, and they made like really like cringe satire many times before, it seems very obvious that with a lot of these satire accounts, they get to a point where it's like, it's not satire. Like, this is what you believe, and you're making a fool out of yourself to go out here and make a statement and hide behind the veil of irony. So here's the caption: "Who in the right mind is letting two strange men with cameras inside to see children? Grown men asking to see kids in Minnesota daycares." So it's obvious what they're trying to do right from the jump. They're trying to make these guys out to be creeps because I guess they care about tax fraud, and if kids are involved, or the lack thereof, that makes you a creep for caring about taxpayer dollars being wasted to the tune of billions. The irony of this entire thing is that they're trying to make these people out to be creeps using children in some sort of an inappropriate way, but people like this, and Hassan as well, are using children as a shield for criticism of people committing billions in tax fraud. But of course, like, it's all predicated on the fact that they believe, like, Nick Shirley was shoving a camera in someone's face. Like, this is the actual photo of Nick approaching these daycare centers.
He's outside.
Doesn't look the same as this. In fact, all he was doing was knocking on public businesses and asking them, are you actually doing what you're being paid millions of dollars through taxpayer dollars every year to actually go about and do? But let's listen to what this totally sane, totally intellectually honest person has to say.
Hi, I know we're two creepy grown men, but can we see the children, please? Excuse me? Do your kids go here? No, my kids do not go here. But I need every single child outside of the building now.
So they've moved on from calling you a racist over caring about anything. Now they're just insinuating you're a predator because you care about tax fraud. Interesting.
Damn.
You Somalians are always just scamming people. You have an agenda, you know that? I need to see all the kids, or we're gonna call ICE. You have 3 seconds. You Somalians are gonna let us in. I knew you guys were up to something ever since I saw one of you in the grocery store a couple days ago. I knew you were up to...
Who's talking about grocery stores? Seems like projection. You're just like making stuff up. There are literal straw man arguments here.
Something, and now I finally have it. I need to see them. I need to see the children.
You know, I find something very strange about situations like this where you have a situation like Nick Shirley doing something that has nothing to do with any sort of weird connotations they're talking about here, but that's where their mind goes. They're like making these very weird bits, implying something predatory going on here. And like, get off your high horse, individual here, where you're constantly making age regression related posts. I'm sure it's very ironic. Guys, it's all irony. She can do whatever she wants. She's being ironic. But yeah, you can't really make up complaints about people trying to infer that they're creeps or caring about tax fraud while acting like this, but let's continue.
I know I don't want to see the kids. You're probably not citizens. That's it. That's it. Let us see the little boys and girls immediately. This is harassment. What department are you from? Nope, this is harassment, and I'm from the YouTube department. She locked the door. Well, that proves it. They're scammers because they're not letting me use my meta glasses to film the cute little boys and girls.
So they were using meta glasses and not cameras that you're like pretending they were shoving in people's faces? Okay.
I knew it.
Okay.
Maybe I should just, again, I need to see the kiddos. I need it.
Again, weird projection at the end there, but
very weird projection
at this point. These people are very, very upset. It's amazing how upset people have gotten from Nick Shirley, among others, exposing
they are
in tax fraud. And the lengths people will go to be intellect.
Like, at that point, why even go? Like, why even go, man? Alright, there's this one. The destruction of home computers. Disappointment PC build. Wait. There was so much disappointment, though. Surely he's gonna build multiple, right?
Even Crisis works on here. There are no GeForce gamer in the room.
We have to use every form of energy we can.
You may actually have a bunch of chips sitting in inventory that I can't plug in. In fact, that is my problem. Right? It's not a supply issue of chips.
And who doesn't love easy money?
Over $1 trillion overall market as we get through 2030.
That'll be $8 bazillion trillion.
Bazillion? That's not a number. Guys, you heard it here first. Elon says gazillion's a real number. You heard it here first. Gazillion's a number. according to Elon. Wait, where did one of them go? And now they're all gone. Only one stick. Oh wait, no, no sticks. No RAM now. Don't worry, the SSD is gonna go away too. 5070 for the 4090. Oh yes, I remember that meme. Is that like a freaking DDR2 SODIMM?
You should have the most memory you can, the most bandwidth you can, lots of memory, lots of everything.
Oh yes, 12 volt high power and it blows up.
That's all.
Oh yes, the Bloomberg one too.
For every frame that we calculate, it can predict the future. So this is one of the incredible capabilities of artificial intelligence.
Now it's 50 months to go for the dark.
You should have lots of flops and lots of bandwidth and lots of memory, lots of everything.
Oh, SSD's gone now? They're out of the NAS?
Wait for it.
Ah yes. GeForce Now. AI and other stuff.
We brought you this video with the new limited edition Disappointment Tour PC t-shirt on store.gamersnexus.net. Like a banned tour date shirt of never-ending disappointment, this shirt features redacted GPUs on the front that were vaporized by the AI industry. There's also a redacted and censored GN logo in the bottom front.
Redacted, of course.
BFFs at Bloomberg Legal, who failed to silence us after they Bloomberged all over themselves late last year. The back of the shirt features the redacted Disappointment Tour, like the September Bloomberg incident. We also feature the Asus vulnerabilities, like its router botnet, the entirety of the RTX 50 series, AMD calling everybody confused in November, the RAM situation, specifically the what the fuck part of it, and more. These shirts are available with the tour date back for a limited time on the store. To support our testing efforts, reviews, and consumer advocacy going into 2025, visit store.gamersnexus.net and grab one of our brand new shirts in a comfortable 100% cotton or highly breathable tri-blend. They begin shipping end of January. Thanks for your support as we enter 2026. 2025 had some good news and some bad. But for the good news, the 9950X 3D launched early in the year. It was a normal CPU launch. There was nothing weird about it. It did what they said it would do. And that's pretty positive these days. Intel launched the B570, following up its B580 Battlemage series cards from the end of 2024. And the B570 also did fine in testing. And when we revisited Intel's Arc drivers for the GPUs, we found that they had significantly improved in a way that really changed how we might recommend Intel Arc.
Okay, yeah.
Great news
the
for
Arc stuff is okay.
Intel for the GPU side. In our first ever Linux gaming benchmarks, we found that Bazite serves as an overall reliable platform that makes not Windows gaming more viable than ever before for PC users. In other good news, Cases had an awesome year on our channel where collectively they've probably done the best they've ever done at not sucking.
Yeah, nice cases there,
yeah. Frame 4000D, for example, was one of the best cases we tested this year. $100, and now for the RS ARGB version, at that price with the fans included, that's a pretty solid offering. The Fractal Meshify 3 case was another of the top performers and top recommendations for us, where in our best cases roundup for this year, we gave this the best overall case. Lee launched its 217 Infinity, which we're still working on reviewing separately, but it does a great job to having a new approach for the front panel where they've embedded fans in the glass. So finally, you can have your glass and eat it too. The Silverstone launched its FLTO2, which is one of the coolest cases we've looked at in a long time.
Why are you gonna eat the glass?
To execute really well on capturing the retro theme, but having modern compatibilities. Height launched its X50, another creative and
nice
unique
cases.
case this year with some advanced manufacturing capabilities.
Oh wait, no, that has power supply at the top. I thought it was inverted for a sec.
As the Haven BF360, which was another high-performance focused case. Outside of cases, other good news included learning from Intel's board partners that Intel allows them to do basically whatever they want for custom cards as long as they support the product. Seeing that freedom of design for partners is a rarity these days. For cooling, Thermalright lost its mind once again, in a good way once again.
Thermalright is
dozens of affordable competitive CPU
crazy with their coolers.
Steam Machine, Steam Frame, and new controllers. We get across the line with some really interesting hardware that we can't wait to test in 2026. Now, we're almost to the stuff that this video is for, which is the disappointing stuff, but we've got to do the palate cleanser of things that didn't suck before we get back to the suck. And as another example, just some of the educational content opportunities we had this year were excellent, where as part of the Tariffs documentary, we got to visit Louis Rossmann and do a tour of his shop.
Oh, fuck you. I mean, seriously.
Oh no,
cut that out of the video.
That has to be cut.
It's Texas.
That can't stay in. We also published what might be the most educational and complete how thermal paste is made video on the entire internet. And that's not because of us. That's because of this guy.
We are the German water cooling mafia.
Oh yes,
And we got to learn how Yeston's video cards are made. That's right, we went to an actual waifu factory. Cut that.
Waifu factory. Damn.
But that's not why we're here
They
today.
went to a waifu factory, guys.
We're here for stuff like this. The disappointments of 2025. A lot of this comes back to everyone's favorite buzzword, AI, which we thought was bad last year, but this year, AI went from bullshit marketing to full-on grift as the tech industry's two favorite letters prop up the global economy.
My sense is that we're probably, a couple of $100 billion, maybe a few $100 billion into a multi-trillion-dollar infrastructure build-out
per year.
Yeah.
We see this massive opportunity, really over $1 trillion, overall market as we get through 2030.
There's how many trillions of dollars of computing infrastructures in the world that has to be refreshed.
The thing we believe is that we can stay on a very steep growth curve of revenue for quite a while. And everything we see right now continues to indicate that. We cannot do it if we don't have
He has the buffer.
And who doesn't love easy money?
That'll be $8 trillion.
You heard it here, guys. Bazillion trillion is a real number for
We have to
Elon.
use every form of energy we can.
The biggest issue we are now having is not a compute glut, but it's a power. And it's sort of the ability to get the builds done fast enough close to power. So if you can't do that, you may actually have a bunch of chips sitting in inventory that I can't plug in. And in fact, that is my problem today, right? It's not a supply issue of chips. It's actually the fact that I don't have warm shells to plug into.
And when they're not busy buying more GPUs than they can even use while you struggle to find a stick of memory for less than $100, these companies are exploring the military-industrial complex for their next move.
We work with Palantir to accelerate everything Palantir does.
So that we can continue.
You know what else they're doing? Let's see if we can find that picture again. Because he also wants to do another thing too. Here. He wants them to also to CUDA accelerate the ANSYS ecosystem to connect your anus to the Omniverse. Whatever that means. He wants the CUDA accelerate the ANSYS ecosystem to connect anus to the Omniverse. That's what they're doing.
To be the mightiest technology industry in the world, so that we can fund the mightiest military in the world. And all of that, I think, goes hand in hand.
I'm happy that our military is going to use AI technology for defense.
You can thank all of these people, the tech executives, for the DRAM crisis, contributing to upwards of 500% higher memory prices in some cases, and we can thank them for the brunt of the economic impact being borne by consumers, which we don't think is an accident. Whether that's through you buying components retail at insane prices, where companies like Micron have increased their consumer margin while killing parts of their consumer business to more closely match B2B margin, or whether it's from something else, like you subsidizing Micron's $5 billion of tax breaks, the US government's use of nearly $10 billion of taxpayer money to buy 10% of Intel, the company that just laid off tens of thousands of employees, again, and that has dragged its feet on taxpayer-subsidized fabs, again, or any number of other ways. One way or another, normal people are paying for this AI obsession, whether you're in the US or you're not. Undoubtedly, we are in a bubble. It's just a question of who's holding the needle.
Let's start with, are we in the bubble? And I will say, Lauren, emphatically from my perspective, no.
We need to have energy growth.
We need to pop the bubble.
I expect some really bad stuff to happen because of the technology.
But the good news is, AI does something that humans have never been able to figure out before.
I cannot imagine having gone through that, like figuring out how to raise a newborn without ChatGPT.
The AI bubble was just part of this year's disappointments, though. A big part, but part nonetheless. We had plenty of other issues with GPUs, Asus's router vulnerabilities, Bloomberging all over itself, and illegitimately copyright strike in our report on the AI GPU black market, and more. Let's get into all of that. Our disappointment PC build for 2025 starts off with our disappointment PC build from 2024. EnVidia, when we said this. We'll start the recap with EnVidia, which hopefully won't disappoint us this January. Okay, look, I couldn't have known, to be fair. EnVidia started the year off with the strong announcement.
Do you like my jacket? I thought I'd go the other way from Gary Shapiro. I'm in Las Vegas after all. If this doesn't work out, if all of you object, well, just get used to it. I really think you have to let this sink in. In another hour or so, you're going to feel good about it.
That's right. NVIDIA CEO and man single-handedly responsible for creating an entire micro-industry of targeted Google advertisements for the phrase Jensen Huang leather jacket, Jensen Huang, had some announcements to share.
Yes. When he did that, he was holding the freaking...
Wait for it. Wait for it.
The fake wafer.
I thought I was worthy.
Nope. But NVIDIA launched the 50 series, and then it proceeded to fumble in every single conceivable way, even though the architecture looks promising on paper. NVIDIA started with a paper launch, corresponded with fake prices, it had problems with missing ROPs, and it had its most broken-ass drivers in decades. Intentionally, it broke PhysX 32-bit support, and we think it lied about the RTX 5070.
5070. 4090 performance at 549.
But let's start the recap with the ROPs. Earlier this year, we bought a viewer's defective RTX 5080 to investigate NVIDIA's raster output unit problem. NVIDIA's missing ROPs sometimes cost around 10% of the total performance on defective products. When we benchmarked an RTX 5080 that wasn't falsely advertised versus one that was missing the ROPs, we found the complete card performed 11% better in Total War and 9% better in Dying Light 2. The best part is that NVIDIA told The Verge that the average performance impact would be 4%. Which is on the low side of what we found in some of these games. And also, it used misleading language, we think, to minimize the impact with its, quote, one fewer ROP, end quote, comment, even though one full ROP unit, which is what they were referring to because it's the smallest number they could use, contains 8 ROPs in software. With PhysX 32-bit, NVIDIA abandoned hardware-locked functionality of its prior GPU generations on the 50 series, leaving players of games with NVIDIA proprietary PhysX 32-bit features in a situation where sometimes an RTX 5080 can perform worse than a GTX 580. Separate from this, NVIDIA also pushed its worst drivers possibly in its history. The drivers had rampant issues with screen distortion and artifacting, crashes to desktop, hard system reboots.
I mean, for that situation, you can technically just use an older NVIDIA card as a PhysX card, but like, still.
G-Sync issues and general compatibility problems. Of course, looking back on it now, it all seems kind of obvious why they had these problems. Jensen Huang himself kind of explained it.
We can't write software without AI anymore.
But NVIDIA wasn't alone in the beginning of the year. In February, we said this. AMD don't fuck this up, okay?
And they fucked it up.
And by March, we ran this segment. We tracked sales and sentiment for launch of the 9070 XT and made this map. In green, you can see areas of extreme customer satisfaction with AMD. Major cities in the US did pretty well, far better than NVIDIA. Now, let's look at the dissatisfied area.
Everywhere
okay,
else.
well, but, and so today we're back in the chamber of anguish. You can't say that reviewers live in an echo chamber because I'm literally standing in an anechoic chamber. So, checkmate, viewers. That's right, AMD marketing may not have all of its marbles, but it does have all of its robs. In spite of that, though, and in spite of the fact that their drivers were actually not the problem this time, they've been on a better trend than NVIDIA lately, they still had some significant issues for this launch. AMD promised pricing that was seemingly made possible only by rebates to partners in the chain, resulting in 12 of 51 models actually at MSRP in the US over 4 retailers at launch. Of those we cataloged, 5 models were an overwhelming 42% over MSRP. The vast majority of models available were actually just over MSRP generally. It took AMD until the last few months of the year to finally get these prices closer to their advertised launch price. AMD also this year told everyone that the majority of gamers, quote, have no use for more than 8 gigabytes of memory.
Yeah, no, that's a big fat lie. You guys may have, some of you guys may have saw the struggle to try to run Stellar Blade, and I was running out of VRAM and all the stutters, and I ended up just not playing the rest of the game. Because my 3070 didn't have enough VRAM. You guys remember that?
Right. Quote, while then telling everyone that an 8
we did that
GBE
a while
GPU as
back.
an alternative to a 16 gigabyte GPU is, quote, no compromise, end quote, despite literally being precisely that. A compromise, like a 50% capacity one.
Yep,
so,
it's a
while
compromise.
NVIDIA was in the corner huffing server exhaust and writing driver code, AMD was doing its best to make sure that it gained not even a fraction of a percentage point of market share in discrete GPU. So GPUs had the spotlight for the first couple months of this year, but they did graciously make room for somebody else to share the spotlight with them, which is ASRock's murder boards. ASRock, of course, taking the heat off of Intel for its 2024 CPU instability issues.
Thanks, Steve.
This was a story we followed across the year and never came to firm conclusions, but we did have a ton of findings we shared. Our coverage started in March when we began collecting reports online about ASRock motherboards murdering AMD CPUs, but in particular X3D CPUs. We eventually added ASRock to our face-to-face series of interviews to try and get answers, and we did get answers. I mean, they weren't right. Technically, though, they were answers. We published dozens of charts, tests, and data points from logic analyzers and just good old-fashioned use computer like normal testing. Ultimately, we weren't able to figure out the root cause. Now, in the time since publishing our last deep dive into ASRock's motherboard or murderboard problems, we did actually buy even more user boards that had been reported to have killed CPUs. And this most recent time, we bought power supplies, memory, the CPUs themselves, basically everything we could buy from the users to test the whole computer as they built it, which is really expensive, to try and isolate for the variables, and we still couldn't reproduce the issues on those particular boards. And in fact, one of the reported dead CPUs, I think, even came back to life after we wiped the contact pads on it. So we haven't made that video yet, but there's probably more to talk about still. Maybe it'll find another spot on the 2026 Disappointment Tour t-shirt. Up next, Asus. I'm in the chamber of anguish because here the Asus botnet can't read my brain. Asus this year had a number of vulnerabilities added to its other general fuck-ups over the last couple of years, and one of them was called ASSH. ASSH. Well, there's a couple of them, so. This year, Asus's software and hardware were both impacted by attack vectors. Its routers were found to be slowly getting morphed into a giant botnet. And if this is the first time you're hearing about this, and if you're using an affected and unupdated Asus router, it's time to update immediately, or at this point, maybe just get a different router. This vulnerability is called ASSH, or ASSH. At one point, Census had tracked over 10,000 infected routers online. Asus also had its Armory Crate vulnerability. Armory Crate vulnerability? Oh no! Whoever could have seen this coming? You also get Armory Crate, Asus's malware-like board-level functional rootkit. They try to masquerade it as a useful driver installing feature, but in the future, it's just going to be a zero-day exploit waiting to happen. And this year, Asus's Armory Crate and Driver Hub software were both exploited by security researchers. The Armory Crate vulnerability was found by Cisco Talos, with researcher Icewall determining that, quote, an unprivileged attacker can run a program from user mode to trigger this vulnerability, end quote. But another vulnerability called Asuspicious, found by Mr. Bruh, revealed that millions of users' information had been exposed since 2022, calling back again to the warranty and RMA disasters, but this time in the form of databases. As we titled the chapter in our Asus dumpster fire video about this topic, this was an unbelievably stupid exploit. Asus had hard-coded credentials with administrator-level unrestricted access into its software, which the researcher was able to find and deploy in successful security research. We look forward to next time when Asus bypasses this particular vulnerability by, instead of hard-coding them into the software, just making the password. Well, they could really switch it up and make it username and make the username password, but it might be a little too advanced. Anyway, that was kind of small stuff compared to the major backdrop that started in around March and persisted through most of the year, and that was tariffs. So flying around between California, Texas, and North Carolina, we went on our biggest journey this year.
You got your nice little bonus coin there.
And that was meeting with a ton of companies ranging from previously billion-dollar public ones like Corsair to small independent repair shops like Louis Rossmann's. In that special 3-hour-long report, we learned about the impact of uncertainty caused by constant tariff changes for the PC industry, and we got one of my favorite Louis Rossmann quotes of all time.
Well, fuck you. I mean, seriously.
It's not like there's a scarcity of supply for Louis Rossmann saying fuck you, but it's still a good quote. This ended up setting an undercurrent with price increases and responses, triggering layoffs and resulting in canceled projects or abandoned markets for some companies in the space. Now, we won't recap that entire thing here, it was 3 hours, but we ran a 2-part series on tariffs and got margin structure information from Hyde, logistics information from Cooler Master, US-based and Canadian-based manufacturing and factory details from Protocase for assembly factories like CyberPower and iBuyPower, and more. The tariffs' impact to the hardware industry wasn't necessarily even about the hard percentages for a lot of these companies. It was about the uncertainty and the literally day-to-day changes at some points early in the year. So tariffs was the big story, but there were some other moderate disappointments after that, like Origin's $8,400 pre-built PC disaster. But even that paled in comparison to what we felt was NVIDIA threatening our independent coverage in our next disappointment. That's right, we get to the NVIDIA press manipulation topic on the shirt now. Standing on a random bridge in the middle of Taipei in the middle of the year, we broke news about NVIDIA staff pushing us constantly in the background for things like getting multi-frame generation benchmarks into charts in ways that we just did not agree with. We thought it was misleading, bad for the consumer, and obviously just pro-corporate kind of bootlicking bullshit stance. And so we made a big deal about that and talked about the ways we thought it would be damaging to both consumers and to reality, because that's not how those numbers work. NVIDIA sort of dragged in the engineers who we have had pretty good access to over the years to produce these extremely educational, really fun, interesting, good content pieces, interviewing engineers actually working on the products. Like, it was pretty awesome. It's good content, and everybody could learn from it. It wasn't just bullshit selling you a product. That's what we liked about it. Unfortunately, NVIDIA decided to tie that type of interview together with these background verbal expectations for what should appear in reviews, and basically start guiding the direction or shaping the narrative of reviews and editorial content. And effectively, we felt threatening access to engineers if we didn't cover things a certain way. We felt the company was attempting to exercise control over our choices and was doing so by threatening access to something that we and the audience liked, which was interviews with engineers that were purely technical and not just marketing fluff. A good example is our MFG and our DLSS content we ran earlier in the year, where we did that because we were interested in it. It was technology NVIDIA was talking about. We wanted to test the marketing claims against the reality. Some of it we liked, not all of it. But the problem with this approach is that unfortunately NVIDIA taints everything, because now, at least for us at the time when this wasn't public yet, we're sitting there going, I don't know that I trust any of these content pieces because I know what they're saying behind the scenes. And then now that it's out there, it's a problem of, okay, but is anything truly independent if NVIDIA kind of runs this interference approach to marketing and PR? and unfortunately they have tainted the ability to trust even the content with actually trustworthy engineers who are good, who only care about talking about the engineering and teaching people. And that's kind of what we had access to, and what we decided, you know what, fuck it. If they're gonna charge some kind of quid pro quo for this, then we don't want to be a part of it. But the loss is unfortunate there, and is a casualty of that decision from NVIDIA. Now, this isn't because the engineers can't be trusted, it's because the marketing driving the meetings might be behind the scenes trying to nudge an outlet's editorial direction in a particular way. And following this, NVIDIA decided not to sample drivers to review media for the 5060, even if that media outlet obtained the card through partners. However, it did decide to seed preview coverage under strict guidelines for fluff publications, immediately proving our point. So these were not reviews, these were previews under strict control with strict rules.
In fact, even Crisis works on here. Okay, so anybody who's a GeForce gamer, there's no GeForce gamer in the room.
Anyway, that was our experience with that in the middle of the year. And following some other disappointments, like the marketing bullshit of the 9060 XT we already went over, an Alienware SSD that was bent like a banana, a fake 9800 XUD, a 5050 that was silently shoved out the door, and main gears underperformed pre-built, we eventually got to one of our videos about Intel following the huge mess of AMD and NVIDIA GPU launches for the year, pleading with Intel to please don't fuck this up. This is the best opportunity you're ever gonna have. Help us, Intel. You're our only hope. In that video, we laid out how NVIDIA and AMD had bots
it's so
just
sad
about
how
every
that's
single launch
basically
thus far
the
in the
truth.
year, leaving Intel an opportunity to just keep chugging along and improving its drivers. Within a month or so of that post, Intel was in complete freefall. Its fab rollouts were slowing down or being paused. The company had another round of mass layoffs. It was killing projects. And CEO Lip Bhutan even managed to land in Trump's crosshairs with calls for resignation. A few days later, though, the two met and became BFFs to the tune of the United States buying about 10% of Intel. And then we hit my most memorable moment of the year personally, which was when we got Bloomberged. So we normally try to keep the build focused on, or the lack of a build this year, focused on the hardware industry. But there's a little bit of an accessory here this time, which is after we got on the ground in China, and we spent 3 weeks in Asia traveling for the story about the AI GPU black market and proving its existence and learning how it works and illustrating the nuance that in China, this isn't a black market, it's just the market. It's only illegal from the US government's perspective for companies to send things there, but it's not illegal for them to transact within the country. And so it's a really interesting story. And so we traveled all over the place in Asia and covered this, and then we got back and we published it, and then Bloomberg filed a copyright strike and took down our video. We successfully fought it, we got reinstated. Bloomberg basically, they happened to be a major recipient of NVIDIA sponsor money, and they also happened to have published their own unsuccessful failed attempt at a report on a similar topic where they filled sand in a Chinese desert, and then they copyright struck ours. Now, we did get reinstated. If you haven't seen the video, check it out. It's on the channel. It's the AI GPU black market. After this, the year closed out with simpler things like NVIDIA becoming more of a monopoly and abusing the fact that the US government probably won't do anything about it when they invested into Intel, who should be a competitor of theirs, and just kind of continued to consolidate resources, taking a small share of Intel. Our concern with that was just the general antitrust behaviors. We talked about in that piece. But the thing that happened after that was probably the biggest one of the year, and that was the RAM issue, where it's not just a shortage, it's OpenAI decides to basically reserve 40% of the memory wafer supply.
This is wafers. Who knows how much else on top they have?
And that, in addition to
they can't even use it.
Companies going crazy buying everything. Data centers are being built recklessly, we think, where they're just dropping them everywhere. They can't even power some of them on because the grid isn't ready for them in those locations yet. Things like that. And they're sucking up all the memory, where RAM prices now have included effects from Micron's exit on the consumer-facing crucial memory business, which reduced supply availability to consumers in pursuit of more data center inventory. It also includes just the actual price. If you got a piece of part picker right now, you can see DRAM pricing trends, landing kits of DDR5 6000 64 gigabytes at over $800 now. Previously, it was
ridiculous.
Like $190, $200 just 3 to 4 months ago. NAND flash storage prices are following, with price hikes inbound for this supply as well. And actually, hard drives are increasing in cost due to data center demand too. We talked about this in two main pieces at the end of the year, which was the NVIDIA what the fuck piece and the what the fuck just happened piece, which apparently is becoming a series for us now. And in those,
Damn, he didn't even build a PC. He just put a bunch of crap there.
Outbidding consumers, and the companies that sell these things, like Micron, even increase their margin, so they take more profit from the consumers who buy the stuff, and it's still not enough.
Yeah, it's just
they still
fucked.
Favor B2B instead because they're just going to keep hiking the price and the margin until the point where the consumers completely fall out of the market and go fuck all this, and it ends up just being they sell to each other. The companies sell to the companies, and that's the end of that. So anyway, we talked about that in separate pieces. We'll link those below. You should check them out if you haven't. But as for what is up for us in the next few months, at least for 2026, the big one is our content piece on data centers, where we are traveling different parts of mostly the US.
It's just crazy, man. Alright, we're done with that one. That's another one off the list. Okay, let's see. What is what? No, 2026 will heal us. What else is here? I guess we go do that one now. Right, we might as well clean up everything. How will it heal us?
The 2020s so far have been a bit rough, to say the least. Soon we're gonna be 6 years into this decade, and a lot of people are saying there hasn't been an it year for us. And I speak for all human beings on Earth when I say 2025 was not that. It's hard to find a single soul that was even positive on the internet this year. And I may be a part of that hate.
No, don't worry, wait. 2026 is already doomed. End of 2025 should have been over. Decide. Don't worry. Your phone. Your... Your thermostat, I don't know, whatever, anything is next. Everything is doomed. That's true, at least got something. Man, I had like the worst freaking thing on Christmas, man. Like I had like the freaking rude ass awakening. Where it's just like, oh yes, email from Newegg. The SSD you had back order, yeah, we canceled it so we could hike the price by a lot. It's like, fuck, man. What a thing to wake up to. What a thing to wake up to. It's fucked, man.
Sure, but I blame everyone else for that. The internet made me negative this year and turned me into a villain. It seems at any moment this year, was prepared to fight in the street and get ready for war. And by I mean the president of the United States invading a country for oil.
I think you're going to find that there's a very receptive ear to doing exactly what they're doing, taking out those boats. And very soon we're going to start doing it on land too.
Venezuela. How about we're buying oil from Venezuela? When I left, Venezuela was ready to collapse. We would have taken it over. We would have gotten all that oil. It would have been right next door.
If we look back at when I talk about the 8 years of the past, we got 2016, obviously for Gen Z, with a mix of 2017 and 2018. Great music was coming out, great movies were coming out, things were actually affordable. For the 2000s, you had 2007 for the millennials, mainly with the same things Gen Z had for 2016. It's a damn shame. I should have bought a house back in 2007 instead of being a dumbass kid. The boomers were right. I wasn't working hard enough as a 4-year-old back then. So now I have to pay the sins of being lazy.
I agree, I wasn't working hard enough at that age either. Yep.
$1 million for a shack of a house. So currently we're still looking for that it year of the 2020s, and
don't worry,
we may
here, I
have to look
fixed
no
it.
further because 2026 may be the one to save
Yeah,
us.
but yeah,
As
it was
matter
a
of
big
fact, if you're
scumbag
broke
move,
now, then
man.
lock in and don't be by next year. Find a job and do the horror
Fuck,
of
resource
working,
getting filled
because we're getting
immediately.
so much content next year. And of course, we gotta start off with none other than GTA 6. And the moment GTA 6 drops, I'll let you know right now.
Yep.
Nothing else will matter to people in life.
Jobs are gonna go unmanned for weeks on end. Babies globally will starve from fathers not feeding them. Scratch that. I'm acting like dads even take care of their kids. It's GTA 6 though, so mothers as well will probably neglect their babies. It's not the past, y'all, alright? Women play games too now, so the baby starving will be an equality effort. My prediction is for at least the first couple of days it's out, certain establishments will have problems with employees not showing up. People are smart. They will save up their sick days or pay time off to make sure they can play. And technically, they wouldn't be wrong in using those days off, which bosses will not be happy with. This is a game that's been 8 years in the making. People were making fake unboxing videos of it back in 2016.
Ah! Oh, God! There it is! There it is, people! There! Oh, my God!
With it, you're gonna have a new wave of content creators become big off it. Shameless plug, hopefully that's my gaming channel, by the way, make sure y'all sub. Which then will create even more great content for the year. Same thing happened with GTA 5. Like, so many channels we grew up with got big off it. It's one of the reasons Simon started to blow up, them playing GTA 5 together. And we didn't even talk about how good the story's gonna be. First, you're gonna have 2 different people you can play from, which I know is one less than GTA 5, but f that, because you got Lucius Finance you can play as, or Jason, who you can mog everyone as. Meaning you got 2 options: you do the cracking or get cracked yourself. Also, GTA 6 Online is gonna be so generational. You'll be able to go in different types of servers. They'll have YouTuber servers or streamer servers, as well as roleplay servers for people who specifically like one thing. The amount of beefs and gangs that are gonna be in these servers is gonna be off the charts. Also, you know those GTA 6 playlist nights with the homies is the type of stuff you'll be telling your kids. Doing that in GTA 5 with my friends during quarantine saved my mental health. And they'll definitely have way more options of games to pick and better ways for players to make it. The system for it was made over 10 years ago, so with 2026 tech, it'll be like the first iPhone versus the newest one. It shouldn't compare. We're also gonna have a map that's double the size of the last map, with new different types of transportation that we
looks
haven't
like triple the
Hopefully no more
size.
Oppressor MK2s. Knowing Rockstar, they'll add a version of it that's even worse than the last one. With all this time waiting, the anti-cheat better be ironclad. I'm talking, if someone gets caught cheating, they get executed publicly in front of Rockstar HQ. Cheaters ruined the last GTA Online, so I'd be damned if they do it again. That's the majority of GTA 6, but if you thought games were done, you would be wrong. Marvel's releasing Wolverine, which off the trailer already looks peak. I'm not even a big Wolverine fan like that, but I'll definitely cop it. It's also graphics, so no ass censoring. You can completely destroy someone's guts in 4K 60 FPS. That might have sounded a little off. Subnautica 2 is releasing. Pretty fun game. If you haven't played it, you're someone who explores the ocean in a submarine and tracks down creatures. A big complaint with the first one that people had is that it wasn't multiplayer until now. Subnautica 2 is gonna have co-op with up to 4 people, so you and the whole gang can play it together. 007 First Light is releasing, which is a James Bond spin-off game, and everyone loves a little spy game action. You're gonna have different types of ways you can assassinate people, and you can drive in it for the first time. Being able to hack through the car and doing whatever type of gizmo things spy movies have in cars. A couple other games. Resident Evil is getting a new game. Gears of War is getting a new game. Fable is getting a new game. There may be some more games I'm missing, but if we're being honest, GTA 6 overrides all these by 10x. While all these are coming out, we're of course gonna have the biggest worldwide sporting event, the World Cup of 2026. And good news is, for any lazy Americans who can't get off the couch to get a new passport, we got home advantage, so you can drive that F-150 with a 3-patty burger in your right hand straight down to the stadium. You're gonna see Americans who shit on soccer all the time pulling up just cause it's here. And since people around the world already come to the World Cup, it's predicted to be the biggest and most visited one ever. Compared to Qatar, we got so much land and places visitors can stay at. This is all assuming though if we can get tickets for it. A nosebleed is gonna be going for 5 bands here. Scalpers may be the ones to ruin the event, but I'll keep my hopes up. We're also starting off great because Israel got eliminated in the qualifier. And in 2 of their games, they scored 0 points on who they were against. Unfortunately, this time, the win was not promised 3,000 years ago for them. That card no longer works, and they'll have to get their wins by skill from now on. All the matches are being hosted in major cities in America, like LA, Seattle, New York, Boston, Miami. For some reason, Even though you have a couple of games held in Kansas City, what billionaire in Missouri paid for this shit? It was almost perfect. Ain't no one coming from around the world to the US thinking about visiting Missouri. I wouldn't be surprised if people around the world haven't heard what Missouri is. I'm worried they wouldn't even feel comfortable being there. You know they're getting all types of slurs ripped at them from being there. The games in Canada are going to be in Vancouver and Toronto. The games in Mexico are going to be in Mexico City, Guadalajara, and Monterrey. The amount of creators and celebs there is probably going to be the most the World Cup has ever seen. Speed of my prediction is going to be a celebrity there. I'm talking crowds you wouldn't believe. He's already bigger globally than he is in the States. He's gonna be out there interviewing Ronaldo and all the soccer players. You know too, the crowds here are gonna be wild. People are gonna be fighting the opposition team, jumping in barriers. Countries with conflicts with each other are gonna have the crowds beefing. I didn't mention, but this isn't gonna be big just because the amount of games. It's also 16 more teams than the last one, with the amount of matches going from 64 to 104. Seeing the political climate now, there is a real possibility of countries matching up with each other that hate each other. Can you imagine America versus Canada? We haven't had the best relationship this year. Both countries are going to be throwing up the sets to each other. France versus Senegal. I know Senegal won't make it that far, but this would be crazy because of France's colonial history with it. If Senegal won it, they would never live that down. Now we can move on to movies and TV shows because, man, this shit about to hit. Marvel's about to cook this year with Spider-Man and Avengers Doomsday releasing. Something Marvel can never go wrong with is a new Spider-Man movie. And the fact the whole universe is reset is going to give so many opportunities. There's already a lot of predictions on who the villain might be and what twists may come up. The Punisher and the Hulk are already confirmed in it. There's also predictions that Scorpion might be the villain. Tombstone is confirmed in it too. And since Zendaya's chopped ass finally isn't in the timeline anymore. That's a joke, by the way, guys. Calm down. Sadie Sink is confirmed in the cast, and although it's not fully confirmed now, everyone's assuming she's the new Mary Jane. Tom Holland, we all understand this is what you're gonna make. I'm saying that like he didn't just get married to Zendaya in real life, which is good because that means I got a chance, right, guys? We're around the same age, so... It makes sense. In Avengers Doomsday, I don't gotta watch it yet. Dr. Doom as a villain will be peak. I'm not a big comic book fan, so I haven't seen or read much of him as a villain. But who needs that when TikTok edits already show me how much more this has? The fit alone shows me he won't be f***ing around. And since this is two movies connected, it's rumored to be an Infinity War type of ending movie to lead to Secret Wars. People were walking out that movie theater crying, so potentially expect that with this. We also got Toy Story 5 coming out. I know a lot of people didn't like 4 and shit on it, but the concept for this one makes me have higher hopes. The whole plot is the toys fighting for children's attention after they got taken over by iPads. With this evil looking iPad or lily pad ready to destroy them, this character has potential to be the Lotso of Toy Story villains. Only thing we can hope is the story's written good. So far it sounds like a good concept. And some more childhood nostalgia, Shrek 5 is coming out. I'm less sure about this one, and looking at the character designs,
why the massacre, my boy?
Him and Donkey look like if I told ChatGPT to generate what it thinks Shrek and Donkey look like. I know they have to upgrade the character designs for modern times, it just looks off. The Super Mario Galaxy movie should recover from this potential loss. The visuals are gonna look so insane and mind-boggling. Super Mario Galaxy off purely aesthetic just feels nice. If you watch gameplay of it now with HD graphics, it holds up so good. Me personally, I like it better than the Super Mario Odyssey aesthetic. The Michael Jackson biopic is releasing. I'm gonna be in theaters dressed like Michael, staring at the screen just like this.
Okay.
They did their thing with picking Jafar Jackson because the way he transitioned from Thriller Michael to Bad Michael was perfect. And it's gonna include all of Michael Jackson's eras if they don't split it up, hopefully. Which means the movie could be 3.5 hours. In that 3.5 hours, I'm enjoying every bit of it. It's gonna be showing how he made some of his most famous songs and apparently business dealings he did. And if you know how much Michael got over by the music industry, it's gonna have some juicy drama. Hey, all I'm saying is, as soon as he started requesting rights to his music, to the media, he was in the same lane as the Diddler and the worst predator to exist. Some notable mentions for movies releasing as well: Dune Part 3, Hunger Games Sunrise on the Reaping, Moana live action, Mortal Kombat 2, Supergirl, The Odyssey. I probably missed some. That should be good enough with everyone though. And we'll end it off with the TV shows coming out. The Boys is having its final season come out. And according to the cast and directors, it's gonna be the most graphic one. If you've watched The Boys, you know how insane that is. There is scenes of people getting ripped in half on the show. I'm scared how much further they're gonna take it. They're also not hiding who they're mimicking because... Take a wild guess of who this may be alluding to. With the poster, you can get at it already. Homelander's definitely gonna do the sickest he's ever done. It's good they're wrapping it up like this and not extending it because popularity. They could easily go for a couple more seasons and have people watching. In the long term, it would ruin how cohesive the show is and make it kind of bad towards the end. EnVtuber Season 4 is coming out. They've been cooking a lot more than I thought they could after watching the first season. The problem with all these Amazon Prime Video shows is now you gotta pay to get the ads off. They get us every time because I am watching this with no ads. On another website that's name shall not be disclosed and is totally legal to watch on. The second season of the One Piece live action is coming out. I'm surprised because I did not know they would take it this far. It was loved so much though that it got greenlit for a second season. Dexter is also coming back with a new TV show. Daredevil Born Again is getting a second season, as well as something a little smaller. Blade Runner is getting its own show. You guys know that one audio. You look lonely. I could fix that. Yeah, that thing. So far, the visuals look good. That was the main reason people liked the 2017 version. To end it off, a couple of more shows that are releasing. A Knife of the Seven Kingdoms, aka a Game of Thrones prequel. Fallout Season 2. Euphoria Season 3. We gonna be more than fed in TV shows. And that's everything I got. Let me know if I missed anything in the comments. I'm gonna need everyone to pray that no national wars or crisis happen next year. We've been through enough this year, and if nothing...
Don't worry, we already have the issue with the freaking RAM and NAND. We already have that issue. Don't worry. But yeah, we got zoo content in here that I obviously rejected. Imagine looking at zoo content. Alright, let's see if there's like anything new on new here. Wait. The hell is this? What? The fuck? Okay then. Yeah, even that got ratioed hard, like thing. Like if they posted it r/gotcha gaming, yeah, that thing got ratioed hard. Nobody wants this shit, man. Nobody does. Alright. Anything else here? Yeah, exactly, all the grass is just covered in snow. So what grass is there for me to touch? Anything new here? Interesting or whatever? Let's see, ToF. Okay. Sure, Flagger. New to the game, they're new, they'll play it on PS5. Pick a server then, between the... Okay, cool, they already answered it. Alright, people already went in and answered them, good. Okay. Speculation for 6.0 stuff. Right, there was a Breviar, and then there's this mount. This is the $400 mount. Oh, $250, never mind. Using the razor thingy, yep. Well, I actually wouldn't need to do this, because, like, I have a Japanese Play Store account, but it's still, yeah. Okay. Yeah, they're talking about ToF did 500k plus, yep. And then there's that card pack. Okay. Anything else here? Wait, we have free polls? Oh, there's a thing on the event page to get free polls. I see. I did not know that. Oh, whatever. It doesn't matter. It is whatever. Fuck, this game plays the game. Okay, then. Anything else here? They just called it cock. Compliant online chat kit. Uncaged free range text. Cock in operation. What the actual fuck? Cutting edge triple penetration profanity processing technology. How to use. You run an administrator. ToF runs with elevated permission, so Cock has to as well. Type your message in game, press F12 instead of hitting send or enter, and captures then replaces it. Safe for online games. Okay. Abuse at your own risk. Why Cock? Because they hate getting messages cock blocked. Will it work if the game recognizes keyboard shortcuts? And then, yes, your game might filter some words that are not inside the ToF filter list. Okay. The profanity processor. God damn. Okay. Sure. They got cock for you. They got cock. Oh yeah, Breath of the Wild VR mod, yep.
Open your eyes. The cock link.
Yeah, cock and pee-pee, yep. Profanity processor. I don't know. I mean, it's neat that they got the VR for Breath of the Wild. You drop it in, flip 2 characters, they're backwards, and yeah, flip text backwards to normal, of course. But yeah, that's cool that, like, there's a VR mod for Breath of the Wild. And it's like an open source thingy. Okay. Full hands and arm support. Damn. Okay. Very CPU heavy emulation. They used a 4090 and a 13900K. But apparently they can get it running on a 7600X and a 3060. Need a lot of RAM though. Giving their lawyers a 2-day head start. Maybe just shadow dropped it. Shadow dropped it early. Done on the second day, yep. Teasing a lawsuit is crazy, yeah. But that's cool. Right, they can play in VR. That's cool. Alright, another one off the list. Oh yeah, we already heard about that one. Did we see this trailer or? Let's see this one. Okay. Yeah, they would download so much they needed to go down though, yup. I mean, you technically can download more RAM. Not that you should. Because it's like, it doesn't work the way you think. Because like, the thing is, if you were running like Linux, for example, in theory, you could use a cloud storage as a swap file, which can kind of act like more RAM. So in a sense, you could download more RAM, but like, it's a terrible way to do it.
的传说果然是真的。我觉得，渺渺世间不独有人，人要活下去，妖也是一样。
妖本身即是恶，难道还会存有善念？
早遇，想不到我有生之年还能再见。
Okay. Right, obviously looks nice as your E5 game. Yeah, okay. You're considering that for EP to say, but you technically ran full of, you ran DeepSeek locally? Yeah, it'd be, pretty bad, yeah.
我宿命可与人同归于尽，也不能让他们侵占此地。 年夙愿传于我手，岂能轻言放弃？
天道不过是神界的一面之词，为何人
E33 coffee.
由你们来定？
It's so dumb calling it that because it's like, what? Wait, what? Oh, right, CES is already here. Almost forgot about that. Yes, it's a remake of an older game. Like, it even says it in the title there, the video. It's a remake.
天河，你晚了22年。
There you have it. Okay, that's off the list. Right, so at least we got caught up with that stuff. Hey, the requirements are ridiculous, man. For what? For certain things though, like, you can get what? Mort is still always good. Where is it? This thing. We did that yesterday, didn't we? What, did he make a new one? Is there another one? Because we did it yesterday. Yeah, we did this yesterday. We saw this yesterday on stream. But yeah, we reacted to this yesterday. How many replies or whatever did I get with my comment as well? Okay, I got a bunch of replies on the thing there. I replied to someone there, whatever. It's gotten a lot better over time. Remember when I played in 2024 NT's beta? Actually, here, let me pull it up. If you're wondering how I got it translated. So, like, if we go back, well, I did have the VOD re-upload. Right. Let's just, like, click to a random spot. If you're wondering how the hell there was this translation stuff there, of course, some of it was like a mess and just random ass shit. But there is like a thing where you can use you can like reference online AI models to help with the translation, which is one of the things you can do there in Mort. But like the OCR thing is like it's just an OCR running on a different layer, and I would get translations like overlaid. Yeah, the issue is just a mess, man. But like, yeah. That's it though, like if you're trying to play stuff in different languages, Mort is pretty handy at translating some stuff. It's not perfect. For some, like, UI stuff like that, because of the way it works is you have to set regions and stuff for it to translate. And like, sometimes it takes a while to update. And like, it's like, it'll partially try to read something and then like, fill it in like with this thing here. But like it's like it's gotten a lot better than it was early that year when I also tried it to play a different game. Because like earlier that year, in 2024, I played a Chinese version of East 10 because it was the only PC client available until later that year, but I was doing it in the beginning of the year, and like I had things like lines were like, "Is this your boyfriend?" to "Is this your male homosexual?" It translated boyfriend to male homosexual. I was like, what the fuck? But like, yeah. It's not perfect, but it's getting better. Yeah, like don't do that with your phone and your screen. Just don't. That's dumb. Just here's the thing though. If you want to use more, it is very CPU intensive. Like it puts a very heavy CPU load if your CPU isn't strong enough to like keep doing it. The reason why is it's constantly taking snapshots to pick up whatever text it can find on your screen and then sending it back and forth to get translated and stuff like that. So keep that in mind. If you do use more, it is very CPU heavy. The only reason why like I have no issues with it on certain things is because my CPU is very, very overkill. I have never tried it on like a lower end machine, so I have no idea how bad the impact is. Right, like I'm using the freaking 7950X 3D. It's way overkill for a lot of the stuff I do on stream. Not so much for some of the stuff I do off of stream and outside of the stuff, but like, while on stream, it is more on the overkill side. I even like sometimes even just like use my CPU to encode because I got 8+ extra cores that are just doing nothing. So like I might as well put them to work. But like, you know, that's a different situation there. Right? Not everyone is running that kind of CPU. And so that is just the one warning I have if you do try it. It is going to be heavy on your CPU. Because it is an OCR tool. And like, there is quite a bit of setup involved to like, set up regions and stuff like that to capture. But like, yeah. Oh yeah, no, you should be fine then, yeah. 13th gen i5 should be, i7 should be fine. You got like, what, how many cores? Like, 16 cores on that stuff? Alright then. Yeah, oh, they didn't give you a BIOS update to fix it and everything? Oh, that sucks. But like, at least you got the cores, like, you should be fine if you were to run, you run this. Yeah. Restore efficiency cores? Yeah, you got like a bunch. Right, what, it's like 13700K or something? You got like how many? Yeah, 16 cores, 8 efficiency. I guessed it right! Yeah, the 8 E-core should be more than fine. Yeah, hopefully it doesn't, especially in the current market of things. You want DDR4 or DDR5? You want DDR4 or DDR5? The things are just so fucked up with like RAM and everything that like if you have to like move to another platform, oof. Okay. At least you're on DDR5. Still, either way, like moving to a new platform is like very costly. Like, it's like, I always thought it was cool, like, especially when I was like in high school and stuff like that, that like on some sockets you could upgrade the CPU in there. But then like I realized whenever I would like actually upgrade my shit and go through my habits in there, like I would never just like put in a new CPU in the socket and take out the old one, even though I had like a Ryzen, the Ryzen on AM4 since the day it came out. Actually, scratch that. I had to wait a month to get a motherboard because the stock for motherboards and AM4 boards in Canada in at the end of February 2017, right? It's like right at when Ryzen launched. Very hard to get boards, and I had to like the one I could get, I ended up returning it because it didn't work properly with something. and then I ended up getting a different board that I ended up using, that I'm still using in my streaming machine. That's like actually relaying everything, right? That one. But yeah, like, it's like when I upgraded from the Ryzen 1700 in my main machine, I just went straight to AM5. Like, I realized it's like, wait, I don't even just upgrade the CPU even if I could. I just move over to another platform. Yeah, I mean, CL46, not the greatest, but DDR5 is DDR5. Oh yeah, no, yeah, the pre-builds have a tweaked one. It's just, yeah. And the thing is, if you don't know what you're doing with that stuff, I wouldn't, like, dabble into, like, dealing with those, OEM, workaround thingies. If you don't know what you're doing, especially with, like, how dangerous it can be. Right? Because one wrong thing and, like, you're out your board and you have to go buy a new board. And technically, at this point, you're probably out of warranty as well. Considering you're on 13th, you said 13th gen? So, like, that's a couple years old now. Yeah, at least if it's in spec, you should be fine. I think, like, are you using, like, a 13700K or the non-K? I'm assuming the non-K CPUs are probably fine. It's just that the K CPUs, because they have, like, they have a higher, like, power limit at the base put into it. Those ones are the ones that were having the problems. But, like, I'm assuming, like, who the fuck is even overclocking their shit these days? Unless you're doing something crazy. It's not like in the past. Like, I remember back in the day where, like, you could overclock, sometimes even unlock another CPU core and stuff. Right? Like, the thing is, like, when I bought my Ryzen 1700, I bought it because it was cheaper than the 1800X and the 1700X, and then I overclocked it to 4 gigahertz, and it was stable. Well, it was stable for like 4 years, and then I had to underclock it. Not underclock it, but then I had to lower it to 3.8 gigahertz. It was stable for a couple of years, though. Then it probably got degraded over time. But I hate the F variants, man. The F variants of these chips are just like, they're kind of dumb, man. It's more so it's just like in emergency situations, or like if you need to like troubleshoot stuff, or you want an extra display out, or you want to use it for something else. It's like over time, like over the years, I've realized just how useful it is to have the integrated graphics, even if you're not using it as your primary display out. Like, even though, like, I use a discrete graphics card, right? I found a use for integrated graphics, and it's so useful that, like, I can never give up having integrated graphics on a CPU anymore. Like, I can't. It is just way too good. Yeah, back then they were, like, you could just win. Oh yeah, no, like $400 off? Yeah, $400 off is $400 off. That's big. Right, $400 off is $400 off. $400 you can put to anything else. Right? That's its own different situation. It's just that, like, yeah, it's just kind of dumb when you just see, like, this, like, such a small price difference, just so you don't have the integrated graphics. Like, you're barely saving maybe $10, $20, but, like, when the CPU part, you're spending, like, $400, $500, right? To save that much, it's really nothing. It's kind of dumb. Especially when you compare it to, like, the overall rest of your machine. It is so stupid. But I remember I would see people, like, looking at, like, building shit with, like, the F CPUs. Like, unless you get them on, like, a massive discount, you should never be buying them. Right? Like, unless you're getting, like, a big discount. Because, like, yeah, like, your cross-code pre-built situation, $400 off, you basically didn't pay for the CPU. Right? That's basically the CPU that was put in there was free. At $400 off, it's like, that's, like, what, the MSRP of that CPU? Yeah. Right here, $400, like, recommended customer price, $410. That's what they were selling them for at the time. Right? So it's basically like you didn't pay for the CPU, but you paid for everything else. Which is a different situation. Right, like, it's like always been like, unless you get a big discount, cause like, always worth it to get the integrated graphics. You never know when it'll come in handy. You never know. And there's like so many other ways to like put it to use. Heck, like now I just have it so like my Vtuber model is completely run on the integrated graphics. So the rest of my machine doesn't have to deal with it. The integrated graphics is handling that. Very handy. Right, it is very handy. But yeah, like, if you're ever playing a game in a language you don't know, right, whatever, you can't read, yeah, give Mort a try. It's gotten a lot better over time, especially when they added the ability to use AI models for translation, instead of just machine translation. It's gotten a lot better over time. Right, and like, it was already decently good in like the end of 2024, so who knows how it is now in 2026. Because like, yeah, like when I played NT back then, I was able to like follow it pretty well with like how well it worked with the OCR. When it was only in Chinese. Right. It's a tool some guy made for translating visual novels and stuff like that, but yeah. These are some of the stuff they have in here. And they have these things as well. I was using DeepL, this one. This is the thing I was using, DeepL, for translation. This is like their OCR types that you can pick between. There's a lot of stuff you have to mess around with the settings to see what works best. But like, yeah. I would go for use DeepL. Google Sheet works if like the game you're playing has like a reference sheet you can link to. Because there are some of those things that are around. I've seen for like some fan translation projects, but that's assuming some fan translators already did a thing. But yeah, like DeepL is like actually pretty decent now. So like, yeah. Just look into Mort. It works pretty well. It's like currently English and Japanese translation, but like DeepL works for the Chinese one as well. It works with Chinese. It should support other languages as well, I think. Some of the other ones, but like, it depends on which tool you're using and whatever. But like, it's able to pick up on Chinese. But yeah, it's pretty neat. I've used this a couple times. I've played through like one game and beat it completely 100% with this. With East 10, the Chinese version. But yeah. Showing your resolve into in Japanese to I want to see your a-hole in English. You almost spit your tea out when you saw that one. I mean, mine, there was one where it's like, oh yes, translated boyfriend to male homosexual, and I was like laughing my ass off on a stream, like 2 years ago. Fun times. It's still a neat tool though. Right, it's a neat tool. Is there like anything else to go over now? Right, I already finished the extraction stuff I needed for the other thing. But yeah. Yeah, no problem. It is a useful tool. It is indeed a useful tool, good for translating stuff. Like, there was other, like, stuff I wanted to try at one point that was, like, even more jank. Where I would, like, actually game capture the window, and then, like, have the OBS treated as a camera device, to then link it to an Android emulator running the Google Translate OCR that you would do with your phone. as the camera source, but that shit is so jank and so hard to read, and like even more awkward to like interface in between, that it's just like there has to be a better way, you know? And like, yeah, just use Mort. Right, like it'll just overlay the thing over top. But it does its job. How do you get into like the VIP section? Like I remember seeing like a picture where you can like a screenshot someone posted where you could like buy a VIP card. From someone, but like where do we get the VIP card? I'm assuming like it's somewhere around here. You get that guy drunk walking around. Okay. But yeah, I have everything off of the store there. I got the Titan stuff already. I have one piece of Titan gear in my inventory. Alright. I didn't get to do any of the mentor stuff. Oh well. That's unfortunate. I didn't get to do any mentor stuff. Well, it is what it is. Right, it is what it is. Titan stuff is at level 11. Needs a lot of those mats. And one of these. And there's like a balanced prime. Oh no, this is just regular Titan stuff. It's not a prime one. The prime one is the rainbow one. Okay, I don't think there's like really anything else there to do. Right. Not really. And I don't want to like level up yet because I want to try to see if I can get someone to mentor me. So like I've been holding back. I'm not even like pushing my enhancements on my gear anymore. But I am stockpiling the materials at least that I'll eventually need to use. I am stockpiling them. So that when I can use them, I'm ready to use them. This is Warp Server. This is the warp server. Right, we already pulled for anal on the regular server before. Apparently, Infinity Nikki's gonna, next patch 2.1 or whatever is only gonna have 68 pulls for 3 weeks. Damn. Apparently, I just saw that on someone's Discord. That's crazy. I say, there's no transfers yet though. Yeah, it's... I haven't seen you in a while, just period. Right. New unit, actual gravity changing gameplay here. You can like actually change gravity. Which is neat in its own way. So like that's cool. We got like gravity shifting stuff now. I haven't done the new story yet. We'll probably do it maybe tomorrow or something. SBC and Wua. Damn. Yeah. Honestly, for me, I think, like, we freaking played the EnVtuber beta, like, recently. This shit was actually worse than the first beta. It actually got worse. And then they're releasing in a few weeks. That thing was its own mess. Right, I still haven't done like the stuff in Do I Night Abyss, the new patch stuff as well. They're like behind on there. Things have just been busy and all over the place the past couple of weeks and everything. Stuff to do all over the place. They added like a new freaking daily as well to like do a challenge raid and to do a daily final trial to get more of the upgrade modules on the gacha server or whatever data sources, which was something. Well, I can somehow like with my alt solo final trial, which is funny in its own way. I can solo final trial now. Didn't expect to be able to solo it so soon, but that's where we are now. We can solo final trial now. Well, if you're strong enough, you can. So there's that, I guess. Though honestly, like with a lot of stuff later this year, we're probably not like won't be playing as much of these types of things and doing more other stuff. Especially because like there is a bunch of cool stuff coming out later this year that I want to at least try to do more stuff in and whatever. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, like they added this like a daily activity currency. And it's so you can get these algorithm datas 10 a week there. So you can get even more algorithm data every week to like slowly push everything to the max. But because the newest unit right now is altered and can change element again. You played Warframe, I say. the combat in Infield is honestly kind of boring and kind of shit. The factory got nerfed from enclosed beta too. And like for me, the only thing I liked in Enfield was the factory. But like they straight up deleted parts of the factory gameplay. They nerfed some of the aspects that you could do with like routing power. The only like nice thing that they added in there is that the fact that you can now use batteries to power stuff. I mean, part of the problem is like the combat itself is just too slow and too boring, man. Because like imagine you play like an ATV like RPG type game, right? Or like a tactical RPG type game, whatever, where you have like to use your abilities or whatever like that, right? But you only get one per character, and the overall effect, like output or like usefulness of the character or whatever, it depends on the other shit that you have. But the problem is we're dealing with gacha stuff, and if you don't have them, then you're not gonna have certain things. You won't have a good time or whatever. But also, it's just really slow. Like, for me, like, I need the ability to, like, just turn on a fucking, like, a 4x speed option, or, like, give me a fucking skip button or something for combat. But they also just made it a lot more handholdy, which is its own other issue. But, like, another thing, too, is, like, imagine you have, like, a factory game, right? They let you build a bomb factory. So you would think if you can build a bomb factory, you'll be allowed to use the bombs, right? That you can just hold in your inventory. But the answer is no. You can't. So it's like you can have like 80,000 bombs in your inventory, and then you can't use them in combat to bomb things up. Because, I don't know. And they made like the turrets and stuff you can build like a lot more fragile. You also can't build or interact with anything while in combat. Which is like other annoyances of mine. But like, yeah, like for me, it's like the only interesting thing is the factory part. But like, even then, as a factory game, like, I've seen way better factory games for like $3 on a Steam sale. From like one developer. From like one indie developer. And like that's like the only interesting thing in there. But like considering how like they're slowly like dumbing it more and more down, I get the feeling it's gonna get the same treatment as the ZZZ TV after a couple of months or a couple of patches. I get that feeling. Because like it's already like downgraded itself already between betas. And like honestly for me it's like I don't really see what I would want to even like pull or play it for if I only like the factory. That's kind of like where I'm at on that. Right, like it feels like something like maybe check back after a few years of release just to see how they treat the factory and stuff. If maybe they'll give it a better treatment or whatever then. But that's assuming if I'll care enough at that point. Instead of like when it releases. But like, yeah, it is what it is. But like, for me as well, it's like, it's just getting harder and harder to bother with the, with a lot of these. Like, honestly, like, the only thing I could hope for Enfield, really, is someone else copies Enfield and makes an actual game out of it. And, like, actually just does a better job. Because, like, with what I've already seen in the beta and how the monetization stuff is gonna work, I would rather someone else do it. Because, like, again, like, with me, I have no attachment to the IP anyways. Like, I don't really care about the stuff about the IP there. Like, for me, like, the only reason why I even had interest in it was because the factory thing in there. Oh, yeah, and also, like, here's the funny shit. The exploration stuff in Enfield is even more sad and depressing. If you thought, like, you know, opening random chests in Genshin and WoW or whatever for, like, 132 of a gacha pull as, like, the worst case scenario, Don't worry, they're gonna top it with making it so it's like 1 out of 50 or 1 out of 100. You'd have to open like 100 chests to get 1 gacha pull. Because like they're using like the same amount of currency drops as those games, but like they have a different cost economy for every pull. Where like it's like instead of it being like, okay, you get 5 primo gems or asteroids or 10 from a chest or whatever. No, you get that from a chest and some of them in Enfield, but your gacha pull is 500. So your 10 pull is 5,000 or whatever. But like, yeah. It's like... Man, it's like even more depressing. And like, I already found like, it's just kind of an annoying, tedious chore, like not to bother exploration with those before I eventually drop them, because it's just like, yeah. That'd be hilarious. Make a vibe-coded clone and call it Startfield. But like, yeah, like there is some like interesting and unique ideas with Enfield. The problem is, it's just like the way they have to like the way they're trying to shoehorn and enforce things ends up clashing. Right, like the thing is with like crafting and like the factory games, those games are already freaking time gated anyways by like your ability and like how long it takes to produce your resources and stuff and process materials. So like having stuff like a stamina system for certain things is kind of weird, right? It's just like, why even do that other bullshit time gate when there's already another time gate in there? It's like a different multi-layered time gate to just get in the way. Same with like the Pepega like a gacha game account progression thingy with that stuff as well to gate you. It's just so dumb and weird, but they do it anyways. So like they put like these weird bizarre ones on top of like gameplay made time gates. And it's just like, why? But then also the fact that like the way they have the combat set up, it's like it feels very separated and clashes against the other part of the game. The factory stuff. Which is, again, like, kind of disappointing. But also, like, here's the thing, right? You know what? You want to know what the combat gameplay actually is in Enfield? What it actually feels like? So it feels like this. It feels like you get Brevi. Where's Brevi? It's basically this. You just hold left click. And then occasionally you use your skills when you can combo with them, whatever. That's it. You're in combat, you're just holding left click. Like, you actually just hold left click. You don't even need to do anything else. It is just like, hold left click. But like, yeah, it is what it is. Right, like got their weird like whole left click gameplay. But that's what they did. So that's what they did. I mean, you can spam dash. You can still dodge. You chain your skills with your party members, yes, but otherwise you're just holding left click. Like, you have, like, the reaction thing in there, system in there. One of the things I also noticed with some of the character kits is kind of like the not-so-good stuff that you see in WoA, where they make it so, like, they basically get a character kit, they cut it in half, and then they put the other half behind another character. They already have some of that shit going on in Enfield with some of the characters, where basically half of the kit is locked behind another character. To make them function properly. There's a couple units in Enfield that were doing that already. So like, that's the other thing too, right? Like, if you don't have all the stuff in there, your experience with the combat is going to be drastically worse. Right? Like, it's terrible when any game does it. But it's even worse when it's like you have to gamble for it. Right? Like, and especially more so when they balance the units around that. Because then it's just like, when you think about it in practice, if you have, like, sure, you have 4 characters in a team. But when, like, one of your 2 of your characters is basically one kit split into 2 characters, well, you're basically playing with 3. You just have 4 character models around. And that's not exactly a great thing to have. Especially when you balance around it. But they already have signs of them doing that already. Like, it's just awful, man. But, like, also with me, well, personally speaking, like, going forward, it's like NTE, like, will probably be the last Scotch I bother playing if I'm not, like, getting other incentives for anything. It'll probably be the last one. Like, probably. Because it's just kind of annoying and kind of a pain to keep dealing with all the bullshit and all the other stuff. With a lot of these, especially when, like, the reality is they're not even good games at the end of the day. When we get to that part. Especially when you consider other stuff that I could also be doing too. The problem with DNA, you know, here, let me pull up my DNA account. Let me show you stuff. DNA has a lot of heavy grinds and stuff, which is fine. The problem is the grind is very boring. It is very boring and excessively tedious. Here, let me pull up Duet Database. It is very, very boring, and it is very, very tedious. I haven't touched the new story stuff yet for 1.1. And there's still other stuff I dread doing that'll have to get done at some point. But, like, yeah. I don't know, I've never played Warframe, but, like, it is very boring. The grind. Like, it is, like, actually pretty boring. I've been using, like, tools and stuff like that to, like, macro farm my stuff in Duet Database. So at least I don't have to manually do shit most of the time, but, like, it's still just, yeah. It is what it is. Oh, is it? Why isn't it popping up now? Oh, there it is. Making Duet Database takes forever to, like, run. The freaking client is so Papego. And then it tells me I have to restart the client, of course. This fucking client is so ass. They can't even get it on the freaking Steam launch approved for Duet Database. Which is its all another mess. I like the thing is, like, honestly, like, the other thing too is, like, with Duet Database is, like, the stuff that we see with, like, the dev notes or whatever, the things that they're saying, they're not really addressing any of the actual real issues with the game. But, like, it is what it is. Hey, you know, let's see this one though, right? How would you like it if, to go and get some of the basic rewards to unlock the characters or whatever every month? Imagine if you had to reclimb through, like, 300 floors of Bygone a month. Like, every month. Imagine having to replay through 300 floors of Bygone. Would you like to do that? Starting from Bygone Floor 1, you can't do there's no Bygone skip like ToF has. You have to manually climb every single floor. One by one. And you're doing like 300 of them. Would you like to do that? How would you like that? Wait, where the fuck is the launcher lagging? That is so weird. Yeah, their client is not very optimized. It's also funny how, like, you can't really have that secure of a password in, with a Hero Games account because they don't allow you to use special characters. You can use regular characters and numbers, but nothing else. Which is just weird. Like, why? But that's just a whole other thing. But like, yeah, like part of the thing is just like the process to like go and get stuff and upgrade stuff like that. Like you have shit like this mode. This is a very, very boring and tedious roguelike mode. It's not hard, it's pretty easy to do. The problem is to get all the wedges and stuff, I have to do it like 70 times a month. And that's assuming I'm not doing it for other stuff at the same time. I have to do this shit like they could have at least tried to make the roguelike mode fun and interesting. But like this mode is also just very boring. It's like basically almost impossible to even get a full finished build by the end. Because of how short it is. Like how short like the things are set up here. Like I'll just show you, we'll just do it, we'll go through one real quick. So like I end up just like setting the thing because I have to do it like so many times. Setting stuff up in a way to be like farming this thing as quickly as possible. As quickly and as efficiently as possible, not because it's the best way to go about it, it's just because, yeah. Because doing this mode just over and over again sucks. And like, you know, eventually, you know, it's just too much after like the 100th, 1000th or whatever time. Yeah, here it's just like, And the thing to unlock the new character, I haven't even done that yet. But like, I don't wanna, like, I don't like doing the thing in there, and it's like you basically gotta climb 300 floors of Bygone. Right, imagine if you had to like constantly reclimb 300 floors of Bygone every single patch per month. Or again, like doing this shit like 70 times a month at the very minimum, if not more. If you you can't do it at the same difficulty or whatever, and you have to do it on the easier mode or you're at a lower level or whatever, it's a lot worse. It's just not great overall. And that's assuming you don't even need to do it for the currency. To just get currency because you're starved. It's like way too excessive, way too boring, and way too tedious. Like a long term, I don't really see myself like doing this shit for much longer. Especially when like they're not like actually going after their own problem. Like if they at least made the modes actually enjoyable to do, I'd understand. But like this is like this is just like every other gacha game's roguelike mode. Like I don't know what it is with these gacha games and having to put a roguelike mode, but then also having it to be like absolute pure dog shit at the same time. You strip it away, it's still there. The problems are still there. It's just like, why? I'd rather have no content than this. in like some cases, you know? That's kind of just how I feel sometimes. It's like, I'd rather have nothing than this. But like, yeah, it is what it is. Right, it's just like, oh, okay, cool, I go to the next one, then go to the next one, then go to the next one. Wow. Like actually, yeah, for like the last patch or whatever for Duet Data Best, like for the one of the characters, it's like I was literally like falling asleep on stream, like doing the quote unquote immersive theater, which is what the game mode is called. And I had to like split it up and do it over multiple sessions because I kept falling asleep because of how boring it was. There is no momentum in the movement, by the way. So like, the stuff is pretty fixed. Like, there's some potential here, but like, the problem is like the actual game modes suck, and they're actually like just not like, they get pretty boring after a while. Honestly, if they replace it with a bed, it would be a lot more immersive. They should just straight up just replace it with a bed. Then it would be an immersive theater. And then there's like the whole thing around like farming your wedges and stuff. That's this whole other mess. But also there's stuff like enemy spawning and the AI around that is just a broken mess too. Because like the reality is like the mobile version on an Android emulator is superior than the PC client for farming a bunch of stuff as well. Which is its own other mess. Yeah, because it spawns the enemies closer. So it's faster. Oh great, it's this thingy. God damn it.
Not you again. Have a nice day. Bye.
Like, I hate it when we have like this shit in here too. Cause this thing is like, this is ass. Yeah, that's the thing, man. If it's like, it needs to change a lot of things, but like, it's not. And at that point, it's like, it's their own problem at that point, man. That's why I don't really see myself like staying here, like, and playing this shit longer. That much longer in the future. Like, there's some cool things here, sure. That has potential and everything. But like, the issue is the main gameplay stuff is just very boring and tedious. And they just like make you do it too many times over. Even worse when there's like some FOMO aspects to it as well. Which just ruins it even further. But that's just how it is. Yeah. I mean, it ruins things, man. Well, it is what it is. But yeah, hi there, Tommy. Welcome, welcome. Right, I only got like 8,000 of the things there, but like... I would need to do that 69 more times to finish buying all the wedges from the shop there again. Right? Because I gotta do like 70 of these a month. And I have to do that every month. You know? Not exactly that great. Doesn't exactly sound all that great, does it? Oh, they didn't do these yet? Dumb. It is like just pay, man. And then like what's even worse is they introduce a cash shop item. They know how awful it is, and this is what they do, man. They're selling this shit to like act as one of the materials you need for $50. This shit is $50. It can replace one of the materials you need for like crafting some of the things in there. You need you need 10 copies to max it out. So like if I go into like a character, for example, like you see these things that are a plus 10, it means I had to get 10 copies of this. Like I had to get 10 copies of these plus a bunch of other shit to get it to plus 10. And some of these are like pure pain and pure cancer to get. And like the secret letter thing, like that's cool and all. I'm literally sitting at like 20,000 of these secret letter clues. I don't even want to do these anymore. I've done over 1,000 secret letter runs of stuff. And there's like a lot more stuff I haven't gotten and maxed out or whatever. But like, I'm tired after doing like thousands of these. You know? Here's the thing, even if you pay, it's just like, where do you even have the fun if the game modes suck? Like, if the game modes are just kind of boring and tedious, man. Like, Immersive Theater last month put me to sleep a couple of times. I haven't even touched it yet. But, like, I also don't really want to either. Like, I don't even have the new character they released, like, 2 weeks ago. Because I haven't done this mode yet. For the reset. We'll have to get this done at some point in the week, I guess. Because, like, yeah. A part of the problem, too, is, like, it's just not fun or enjoyable. And they just want you to do way too many of them. So it just becomes very, very tedious. And, like, here's the thing, too. When you get these covert commissions, you're basically only waiting for either dismantle or expulsion. Because everything else takes way too long. And you're getting the same shit at the end. And the other thing, too, is, like, the stuff you get at the end is just RNG after you get the thing. So, like, you're not even guaranteed to get the thing in there. And, like, the thing is as well, like, for the weapons or the, whatever, or the, wedges, you have to get the blueprint, and then you have to take the blueprint, and then you have to craft it, which then has you farming all these other things, which take forever. And you gotta get the materials for that too. Right, and then And then, God forbid, some of the newer ones that also need to get these in there too. These track shift modules that you also have to go and do. The problem is to get these things, you need to get these Luna mementos, which means you gotta do this shit. The boring ass defense stages, and you gotta do a fuck ton of them. Which is also just not great. Oh, and then for some other dumb reason, because there isn't enough of them, we got these this stuff. They got the freaking weekly boss shit for weekly boss skill materials for some reason that are like gated as well. Oh, and this is even more hilarious. So like, let's say you wanted let's say you like this character, the one that can fly, right? You know where her skill upgrade material comes from? This thing? Okay. You think, okay, so the boss that drops that, right? Surely it comes from, you know, it comes from this boss. Okay. But you look at the drops you can get in here. Not the character, not the character, not the character, not that character. This is a different character. That's where the material is. Okay. So where do you get the manuals and stuff like the commission letters to get the character thing from? A different boss. Because isn't that great? So it's like you can't even farm the material to go and upgrade the character skill while you're farming to unlock the character. Why? Because fuck you. They made it that way. Like, you got all sorts of like dumb shit like that just pile on top. They still need to address. But instead it's just like they're looking for like small things to put a band-aid on. But like, yeah, like the thing is they need to like some of the stuff is, again, like the grind is like way too excessive and they ask for way too much. But also they haven't made it exactly fun. And I think I do have at least some right to complain when this is my login time. What is this? Almost 1,360 hours. Like, what the actual fuck? You know? And I do have like a bunch of stuff at +10. Heck, the new wedges they added in the current update, I have them already at maxed out at +10. I haven't even done the new story and stuff yet either, though. Like, a lot of it was just AFK farming, but still. That's just kind of how I feel. It is what it is, but like, things need to change. But like, it doesn't seem like they're gonna actually fix the actual real issues. Oh yeah, there's all this stuff in here. I haven't touched any of this shit yet. But like, yeah, most of the time though, it's just been like just AFK farming on an Android emulator because that's like the most efficient way to farm stuff. Because like it spawns mobs closer and stuff like that. There's a bunch of things I have like so many materials of that people wish they would have because they don't know the most efficient way to get them or whatever. Right, and like I saw people going crazy and getting mad because they changed the stuff with regards to these secret letter clue drops, but like whatever. The way I farm them doesn't change. So like, here's the thing. Also, here's the other thing too. So they changed as well when they got rid of the gacha stuff how upgrading your account level works. Here's the problem. All of the best farming stages are unlocked at higher levels. For like all the stuff. You basically want to be doing the highest level of everything. Especially if you're doing the Mystic Maze stuff. The problem is, that unlocks at trial rank 60. How do you get trial rank experience? You have to collect every character. You have to upgrade them. You gotta get them leveled up, upgraded. Same with the weapons. Same with Genie Mon stuff. Same with the wedges as well. You gotta get all of those things, because that's where like the bulk of your experience and everything progression comes from. And you need an insane amount. Like, you need an insane amount. And to get upgraded and everything. But yeah. Like, you can even see. It'll show some of the stuff you unlock. What you get access to as you progress through. But yeah. So it's even worse on the road to get up there. Part of the problem is the reason why is they had this stuff balanced around it of it still being a gacha game. They took out the gacha stuff. They took out the gacha for the character, I mean. But they left everything in as if it was still the gacha game. And slightly adjusted things. That's why it's the way it is. You know? They kinda didn't, readjust everything after the change. At least do it in the way they should. But yeah. It is what it is. And now now I have the hiccups. As you guys noticed. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing, man. It's, like, you have stuff like this on top. It's part of why it's just, like, more, and, like, there's like, just honestly other things I could do. I know, there's other games I'd rather be playing. Then honestly, I'm, like, slowly just gonna move away from this shit. But yeah. Right. Especially when this stuff has just gotten worse and worse over time. And the thing is, at least because we're like a couple years past COVID now, we've been getting more and more stuff lately outside of this things in there. So it's like we have more and more options of things we can play and do. But yeah, it is what it is. Like, I probably won't stay here much longer. Right, and like, again, like, what? On YouTube as well. Oh, where's my channel? I remember on New Year's, made a post. Even put a list of games to look forward to. So there's a lot more as well. And like, a lot of these are just not live service or whatever. That I do want to play at some point on stream. At least. Maybe not GTA 6 though. That one will... We'd have to save for way in the future, maybe like a year or two later. Depending on how awful Rockstar's DRM is. At that point. We'll see. But like, yeah. I said though, I guess this is a good place to end off here for now. Alright, I need to get some rest and deal with my hiccup problem now. I don't even think Enanta's gonna come out until 2027, maybe even 2028 at the earliest, or latest, or whatever, I don't know. Whatever. Considering that stuff was been through hell, and they've redone the game multiple times, I don't expect to see it until at least 2027 at the earliest. I say. But yeah, I'll head out now. You guys again have a good day or night or whatever. I'll go get some sleep and stuff. But yeah, I'll see you guys. See ya.